Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to this afternoon sitting, and I want to commend the dedication that you put in work in this parliament and respective committees. As you are aware that the first meeting of the fourth session is soon coming to an end. And as the electoral roadmap gets busier, we have to improve on our efficiency and effectiveness in order to balance between the parliamentary role and the responsibilities and increasing electoral demands. Because time is going to come when almost nobody is here. Honorable members, in the spirit of deepening and widening the East African and tightening the East African community, the East African Legislative Assembly holds its sittings in different countries. They alternate, and this time we shall be hosting them. They will be sitting here from 20th. They will be sitting here from 20th October to 12th November. And I want to urge you, if you have the time, if you're not busy with the committees or with the voters, to come to the plenary. You also test the plenary this time and watch their proceedings. I mean, gallery. And you want to accord them the best hospitality. I want to welcome all of you and thank you for coming. Thank you.
Item 3. Motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Commissions, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises on the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Uganda Revenue Authority, Corporate Services.
Yes,
thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The point of procedure I'm raising is in respect of matters of national importance. Some of us approached the office and we recorded our matters, and it appears they are not on the order paper, and yet we thought we would be given time and a chance to air them out.
Honorable Wilfred, kindly bear with us. We'll give you the time tomorrow when the Prime Minister is here. As you look at the front bench, at the Prime Minister's time. We will give you the time. And we have so many reports from accountability committees. And maybe this takes me back to accountability committees. I've received reports, and I'm giving you a deadline of Wednesday for all the reports. Wednesday next week, on Thursday. On Thursday, we should have all the reports, or else we shall adopt them. Omnibus, and that, you know what it means. Yes. Yes. Where is your chair of COSASE? Can I have the chair COSASE?
But Madam Speaker, there are some things which need very urgent attention, like the one I'm going to say now. Well, yesterday, we saw UNBS directing that, of course, this is an ongoing process every day, even by being church now, suggesting and directing that they are not going to legalize any marriage unless you have a voters, an IN card, and the national identification card. But our beliefs are different. For example, a Catholic like me, I'm baptized. I went for my confirmation.
First of all, you withdraw the word. You are UNBS, because it is not UNBS. It's URBS.
You are a BS, Madam Speaker. I seek fair indulgence. I seek fair indulgence. You are SB. Madam Speaker, already as we talk now in our constituencies, people are going through customary marriage, and it does not require anything like that. So we want the minister to come here and tell us what are they intending to cure, because already most of our national IDs are expired, but they have our NINI numbers, which make them somehow legitimate. So when you give such a declaration, and the church is complaining, everybody say we are waiting. Why do you want me, Sewungwe Catholic, with my baptism card? I had my confirmation. Muslims have their belief to have the national identification card to register my marriage. And this one, we need to know what are they trying to cure, Madam Speaker, because this is urgent attention, and the marriages are going on now. So are they legitimate, or they are null and void ab initio?
Government.
Madam Speaker, I will request the Minister of Gender, if he has some information about this, to inform the House, but if not, we will make a statement over that matter by the Minister of Constitutional Affairs, who is in charge for the URBS. So
can we have a statement tomorrow? Because some people intend to get married tomorrow.
Okay.
Can we have a statement tomorrow?
The Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs will make a statement tomorrow about this particular matter.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, various statutes in this country, including the Administration of Parliament Act, provide for annual reports. And the law says by 30th of September, MDAs, including the Parliamentary Commission, should have brought to this House the annual report of the preceding financial year. As of now, a number of these entities have not complied with the law. For government to function effectively, we should be able to have enabling regulatory framework and ensure that the regulatory frameworks are put to use. Madam Speaker, information becomes critical in decision making, and that information can be accessible to MPs as representatives of the people if they are laid here and we scrutinize them and we identify gaps. to resolve the issues at hand. Several times we make requests for information, and the laws stipulate what should be done, and there's no compliance. An example is when we were processing the budget for this financial year, I made requests for procurement and the policy statements of Parliament. I went to the library, I did not find that information. I came and wrote to the clerk, I did not have that information. I eventually wrote to the Speaker and access to information so that I could be facilitated to do my work. Still, I didn't get that information. Eventually, I got a feedback from the clerk that this information is now with finance. And yet, Rule 227 provides for record of Parliament. And it says the clerk shall be custodian of all records of Parliament and all documents laid here. If I, as a member, can now not be able to access these rules and access these documents to facilitate myself, how about the rest of the Ugandans who are making requests? And yet the law provides that every MDA must report to Parliament on how they have complied with access to information. Therefore, I would like to seek your indulgence at this point that you move or exercise your mandate under Rule 232. You direct that the Parliamentary Commission brings the annual report of Parliament here for our inspection and examination, and all MDAs that have not supplied Parliament with the annual reports must bring it here.
Thank you.
2, Madam, I request you direct I should be availed with the record of Parliament that relates to the policy statements of the Parliament of Uganda, so that I can make necessary examination and scrutiny. Those powers are provided for under the rules. I pray you exercise them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, most of the reports are submitted to the House during the budgeting process. We get a lot of information regarding policy, regarding certificates, to be able to fulfill the requirements of the law. But if what the honourable member is raising has not been complied with, we are going to go back, audit ourselves regarding that particular matter, and comply with the law.
And provide the House with the reports. Chair Kosase. Chair Kosase, you are on the floor.
Item 3. Motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee on Commission, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises, on the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of Uganda Revenue Authority Corporate Services for the financial year ended 30th June 2023.
Yes, procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I raised on a point of procedure. As you might be aware, Right Honourable Speaker, I'm a lead petitioner of 186 members of this House, your House, who appended their signatures for the motion. Right Honourable Speaker, the motion was duly submitted through the clerk. A notice was issued, and according to the rules, at that point, it was self-executing, so that within 14 days, that matter could be on the order paper, and then it would be for the debate. We came to know of certain interventions. I rose on procedure, Honourable. I rose on procedure. I rose on procedure. I rose on
it is okay. You'll respond to what he says. Let him continue the procedure. You'll respond.
And I didn't expect Honourable Salirwa to jump up as well. Right Honourable Speaker, after the mandatory 14 days, we were made to know that there are certain interventions that happened where some individuals went to court and indeed a copy of the ruling was made available. However, the procedure point we are raising, Right Honourable Speaker, in the correspondences that followed, we requested as petitioners to sever the areas that were considered res judicata. On top of that, Right Honourable Speaker, we expected that the matter would be placed on the order paper so that you may rule against us. We don't say that we must win this, but the matter had to be captured by the Hansard and put on the order paper, then you make a ruling. And Right Honourable Speaker, you can only rule while you are in chair, because that's where you derive your mandate over this August House. Right Honourable Speaker, the procedure point I'm raising is that having gone through all that, and a third of your members, even if they are unreasonable, even if they did not understand much, but there is a point of concern about corruption. They wanted that matter debated by this House. They wanted to have opportunity to remove the commissioners on other grounds, leave alone the service award on other grounds. Misconduct is part of it. You have misbehavior, part of it. Incompetence, part of it. Irregular recruitment, part of it. And indeed, you have other matters that we took consideration of that involve...
Songo, can you finish?
Yes, that was involving having fictitious trips made by some of the members of this House. Right, Honourable Speaker, are we procedural right for us to receive a letter purportedly giving a ruling, yet you've never sat in the chair, the matter has never been cause listed or put on the order paper, so that you rule on a matter which is captured by the Hansard? This matter was competently supported and supported by members of this House.
Okay, you're finished.
Are we proceeding right for us to receive a correspondence purporting to be a ruling, yet we know you've never sat in the chair, to have the matter on the order paper, to have it captured by the Hansard, and even if at that point you rule against the motion, it would be fine. But this has never been, and therefore, what ruling was being made and on what is the matter I want to raise.
You're finished. Honorable Fox, Honorable Kirod, Honorable Basalira.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, over the last 1 month, I have attentively listened to my brother, the Honourable Seshikubo, make the same submissions day in and day out. And Right Honourable Speaker, I think we owe this country a duty to stick to the rule of law. Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Seshikubo says the matters he's raising has been a subject of contestation in court. He also says there's a judgment of court. Yeah, there's a judgment of court and an order of court. Right Honourable Speaker, the effect of a matter going to court is that it extinguishes the mandate of this institution to deal with it anymore. The effect of a court order is that every citizen, all and sundry, must respect it. Even when you do not agree with the court order, you have a duty to respect it. Court orders are issued in rem to all and sundry, to the world. They are not issued to persons, to individuals. The institution of parliament is under duty to respect a court order, even when you have fundamental disagreements with the court order. And there's a method of dealing with court orders when you don't agree with them. You apply for revision, you apply for review, or you appeal. When you are not a party, you apply to be joined as a party.
So the Honorable Sechikubo is wasting a lot of parliamentary time. And Right Honorable Speaker, I beg that we put this matter to rest. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I read the Hansard where the presiding officer handled this issue exhaustively. And the presiding officer made a ruling on this issue yesterday. I was watching. I've also read the Hansard, and we can still give the Hansard to our brother Sechi. And Sechi, I don't know why you should insist on this thing. You can have better ways of handling. And as I've told you, we are moving to we are late because of this kind of interruptions. Today, Honorable Segona has 10 reports from Kosase. 10 reports. So if we are going to do this, then we may not even finish work in this session. Honorable Kiro, you have something?
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the submission of my land colleague, Honorable Fox. But very importantly, colleagues, when we set down the rules of procedure, these are handmaids of justice. They're supposed to help us, to guide us on how we can conduct business. I want to agree that one, there is a decision that has been made by the presiding officer in this house. However regular or irregular the decision can be, there's a decision that has been taken on that chair. But what is very important for us to note, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to seek your indulgence in this, I want to help my senior colleague, Honorable Sechikubo. Fortunately, at the time I was doing law school, I happened to be a supervisor. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the combativeness that you see in Sechikubo was partly what I taught him, but not to the level that he has now reached. But importantly, honorable colleagues, I want us to appreciate Rule 87. In our rules of procedure, when you look at Rule 87, and I want to read it verbatim. The decision of the Speaker or Chairperson on any point shall not be open to appeal and shall not be reviewed by the House. But I want us to lay more emphasis on this particular part, except upon a substantive motion made after notice. So if a decision has been made by the presiding officer and my senior colleague Sechikubo, my student, I would want to use this platform to guide you that can we move by the second leave by the second leave and be able to, if they have an issue and they are still aggrieved with the decision of the presiding officer, they bring a substantive motion. And I think that would be in conformity with the rules. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Chair of Kosase. Can you...
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
No. No, I have already ruled on that issue.
You've allowed
I ruled
members
on
to
that
raise my
issue.
name.
I ruled on the issue.
The Right Honorable Speaker. On this particular proceeding, would intervene one of...
Honorable Sechikovo.
Yes. My name has been cited. You allowed members to cite my name.
No.
But on this particular one, you haven't given a ruling on the...
I gave a ruling. I gave a ruling that the presiding officer made a ruling on this, and we cannot move away from that ruling. Can we now go to...
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I did...
Honorable Sechkubo.
Because it's too much.
Honorable Sechkubo. The same respect I give you. The same respect I give you. Please, can we move to the next item? Don't push me into a corner. Aliona will give you. You sit. You first sit. Yes. Honorable
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday I did lay the minutes of our proceedings in respect of this report, and as guided earlier, I will proceed to read the observations and recommendations. Madam Speaker and colleagues, with respect to the observations and recommendation of financial statements, the committee noted on over expenditure and recommended.
Honorable Segona,
yes, madam.
Continue.
Thank you, Madam Worship. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The committee recommends that URA's over expenditure was irregular and accounting officer's explanation could not absolve the entity. The PSST, who would have been the right person to sanction the accounting officer, was found to be a member of the URA board, and the committee would not find it appropriate for the PSST to prevail over this matter, and therefore the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic
Development. So could you first
Development.
make a correction that the report of yesterday was signed as a draft? So let it be on record that the report that you're laying is now the real report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, we did comply yesterday with the presiding officer's instructions to come and to lay the right report, and we did that.
Okay.
So, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should take up the matter in accordance with Section 78(1) of the Public Finance Management Act. On the growth of the wage bill, the committee recommends that the authority targets a sustainable wage bill growth to further enhance tax administration efficiently. And the committee further recommends a gradual reduction in expenses, a cap any expenditure growth to the rate of growth of revenue and entrenched in the financial policies of the authority. With regard to liquidity position, we make observations and recommend, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, that the committee recommends that management should identify and address the bottlenecks that impede timely execution of activities. With regard, recommendation number 2, that the accounting officer should ensure the activities be rolled over to the subsequent financial year. And further,
Order.
That the Ministry of Finance updates the PBS to support individual activity costing and uploading the detailed output budgets. Right Honorable Speaker, on delivery of services from implemented activities, the committee makes observations and also recommendations to the effect that the query be dropped on validation of short-term stroke temporary staff. Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that the accounting officer should make good the funds amounting to Uganda shillings 0.007 million paid out to retired staff, and that management should periodically update employee lists to reconcile the payroll and liaise with other relevant stakeholders to ensure timely access and deletion of affected employees on and from the payroll. validation of URA taxpayer registration expansion TREP staff. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee recommends that management should engage affected staff and relevant authorities to ensure timely update of staff information to ensure rectification of any inconsistencies on the payroll. With regard to the review of the entity staff establishment, we recommend that that management should expedite resource mobilization to fill the positions that will have been determined to be relevant. On change of accounting treatment for non-current assets, we recommend, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, that going forward the authority should commence implementation of the policy and that the entity should ensure that government assets are revalued and stated in the financial statements at their correct values, which should be depreciated over their useful life. On absence of cost-benefit analysis for consultancy and audit services for the audit of the telecom sector, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that the management should ensure that cost-benefit analysis is always conducted before carrying out major procurements of such magnitude. On the multi-year commitment without parliamentary approval, Right Honorable Speaker, we recommend that management should always seek parliamentary approval for the multi-year commitments in compliance with the Public Finance Management Act 2015. On delayed completion of procurements within the financial year under review, the committee recommends, Right Honorable Speaker, that management should ensure solid strategies are put in place to facilitate timely procurements to avoid unnecessary delays. On assessment of the implementation of the Public Finance Management Act management systems in Uganda Revenue Authority, Right Honorable Speaker, we do recommend that management of Uganda Revenue Authority should prioritize compliance with the requirements of the Public Finance Management systems to improve its performance. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, the concerns raised by the Auditor General on the entity found to be valid, while the issues of concern raised by the Auditor General on the entity are many, they could be addressed by concerted efforts and commitment to improvement. Issues such as extreme variance in the non-tax revenue target estimates, underutilization of retentions, poor performance of government warrants, delayed update of the payroll for the different categories of staff, delayed shift to the new accounting treatment for non-current assets, among others, can be addressed to a logical conclusion. The committee is cognizant of the contributions of external stakeholders where they fail or delay to fulfill their roles that have a bearing on the performance of the entity. With that, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that Parliament be pleased to adopt our observations and recommendations with gratitude to you.
Thank you so much, Chair of COSASE. Members, you've heard the report from COSASE. Anybody who has a comment?
Madam Speaker, I have a comment. The comment relates to how this document was withdrawn from the House. We know Rule 215 provides a procedure on how documents are withdrawn, especially in committee. And this document was already presented here. We feel it should have been withdrawn through a process, and that process is not clear. 2, this document makes references to laws which, arising from the recent reforms, were already amended. So I don't know how the person who is going to read it subsequently will make a reference to it, because references are being made to chapters of laws that have changed. And the difficult thing about this, which Ugandans are going to suffer from, is these laws are being sold. For you to access the new laws, you have to pay for them. So it would be important this problem is addressed so that we have a document which is current and was withdrawn in accordance with the rules. So I just wanted maybe our learned friend
Chair.
to comment on the implication of these two issues I'm raising.
Rule
Thank you.
215 refers to the withdrawal of documents before the committee, not before the House. I am reliably informed that the document was withdrawn, and now this is a fresh document that is being presented in the House. So I don't see any problem with the rule on this aspect. But the only mistake that was there was just merely a draft. But the contents were the same. Substance over form. Yes.
I think a precedent has been set here, and it shall become part of our rules. If a document has been brought before the House and it is withdrawn, do these rules that apply to the committee also apply? It would be good you set a good precedent so that we shall, going forward, address ourselves to it in the absence of a law. That was the spirit in which I brought that. But there is the issue of making a reference to laws that have either changed because of the numbering or because the chapters have changed. That matter should be addressed so that whoever is going to read this report can make reference to the correct laws. And my concern is also the new laws are being sold to Ugandans, and yet they are supposed to be free. That is already denying access
First of all,
so it's good that the matter
first
be
of all,
addressed.
you had one issue at a time. One on the withdrawal of the documents, and you also, this is, refer yourself to Rule 31 on laying of the papers. And then secondly, if the speaker yesterday made a ruling, you know how to, you should have challenged yesterday. And and he accepted. Yes. Yes, Honorable.
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and my young brother for his enthusiasm in reading the law. Luckily, I have taught the law, and I intend to continue doing so. Right Honorable Speaker, the rule that my brother is quoting has nothing to do with the sitting in the plenary. That's number one. Number two, I also want to help my brother know that there is a committee which supervises Uganda Law Reform Commission in Parliament. That is the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, on if he intends to inquire into the exorbitant prices for the revised editions of the laws of Uganda. Now, for my brother who was not here yesterday, who wants me to apologize, I don't know if he has apologized for either not having attended or not having been attentive. I am happy to continue helping.
Actually, we are looking at the Auditor General's report. We are not looking at the policy issues. Yes. Are we debating the report of Honorable Sagona now?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance as the Speaker of Parliament. Thank you for your attention, Madam Speaker.
Just before you go on, Honorable Jonathan, as chairpersons of the committees and clerks of committees, I want you to be very vigilant next time. Very, very vigilant next time on the reports that are being brought in to the House. It portrays what kind of parliament we are. And it helps us. The next people who will come after us should be able to get something that is better. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The guidance that I would require from you, and if it pleases you, you take time and give that guidance by way of a comprehensive ruling. The powers conferred upon the Speaker of Parliament, provided in the Constitution, is exercisable by two subsidiary legislations. The administration, the general administration of Parliament, where you exercise your power, is under the Administration of Parliaments Act. When you are exercising your power as the Speaker, the presiding officer, it is provided under the rules of Parliament. When you look at all the rules provided from 1 up to the end, all of them, you can only exercise that power when you are properly seated in this Parliament. If, for example, I require you, Madam Speaker, to approve a trip for me to go abroad, that power you'll exercise in your chambers and using the powers provided in the Administration of Parliaments Act. So the procedural matter I am raising is for you to guide whether some of the powers provided in the rules of procedure, which mentions the word Parliament, and when it says Parliament in the interpretation of the rules, it means Parliament seated in these chambers. And your rulings and guidance can only therefore come when we are in this chamber. And when you give those rulings, Madam Speaker, it forms part and parcel of the rules of procedure of this Parliament. So the procedural matter I'm requesting from you is, if you have already made a decision that the powers provided that you should make a decision from this house can be exercised in your chambers, then why do we members of Parliament be invited to come and sit in this chamber? Because, for example, if you are processing a bill, whether you, the Speaker, you like the bill or not, you must come and make the decision here. But if now the powers in the rules can be exercised in the chambers, then there is no business for MPs to come and sit here. The Speaker, you can exercise that and say, on issue A, I have replaced Parliament and this is my decision. So the procedural matter that I want you, Madam Speaker, to reflect on and guide this House, so that the members of Parliament, including myself, I can come and I know I am coming to Parliament to represent the people of Erute South, and that privilege cannot be impeached. Whether the Speaker likes or not, cannot be impeached. In relation to that, I will receive information later, Madam Speaker, is that there are so many decisions on motions, private members' bills, statements that have not seen the light of this House, and yet it should properly first be received and the decision made from this House. There are bills, there are statements, and so many others provided in the rules of procedure. Wouldn't it be now right for you to guide that either we disregard the set rules and we replace it with, I don't know, personal statements that you will be issuing every day, Madam Speaker, before the sitting, and say in today's sitting, these are the rules that I have set as the Speaker of Parliament? Wouldn't we proceed right to have that?
Thank you so much for raising a general concern, and we will give you guidance on that at an appropriate time. Yes, Honorable Ledger.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want just some clarification from on this matter. Right Honorable Speaker, looking at the definition of the word Speaker on our rules of procedure, the Speaker means the Speaker of Parliament and includes the Deputy Speaker. That's the definition of our rules of procedure. Yesterday, the Deputy Speaker made a ruling on the matter. I don't know whether it requires or the matter which the Honorable Sechikubo and team had brought. And I guess that is what is referring to. Guess that's what is referring to. So is it in procedural right with this definition to demand that to be repeated here.
Honorable members, don't drag Jonathan. Honorable members, I don't want anybody to drag Jonathan anywhere. I now open the debate for the report. Jessica.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the committee for a comprehensive report. However, I need clarity
Procedure, Speaker.
on the issue of the growing wage.
Can you allow her to present?
A
Then
small
you'll
procedure,
bring-
Right Honourable
No. Please, Jessica.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable
was making
Speaker.
a prayer. That chair.
I am seeking for
Such
more
move
clarification.
I will give you, please. I will give you. Yes.
Thank you,
Jessica.
Right Honourable Speaker. I am seeking for more clarification from the committee on the issue of concern over the growing wage bill. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, we had a very good debate yesterday on the previous reports, and we were guided by the committee on the value for diversify sources of revenue. And if we conclude that that is the way forward, that means that we need to have more areas which will demand for more staffing, more points, more staffing, so that effectively we can be able to increase on our revenue. Therefore, I want to know how comes that their interest is to limit the increasing number of staffing so that we have a low wage.
Thank you.
To Right Honourable Speaker, on the over expenditure, emphasized in this report, I was a member of COSASE 2 years ago. And when we had interaction with URA, they were saying that they have issues of limited resources, and yet government and Ugandans demand a lot from them. Therefore, I will wish that we have broader engagements between URA and Ministry of Finance, so that if we can handle this matter by increasing more money for them, so that it deters them from using money at source. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues.
Thank you. Is the NTR used at source? Is the money used at source?
We did interrogate this, Right Honourable Speaker. URA has permission to spend some money at source.
Yes.
But the context of this was, the context and the contest was on the amount spent by URA on account of overperformance. Now, on what they termed as overperformance, because now entities increasingly pay through URA, now URA treated this as its NTR, and thereby increasing what is available for them to use at source. During the proceedings, they did concede that actually it is a matter they need to rectify, and they undertook to do that. So I think those are the two issues that arose.
Yes. Rose?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, yesterday there were a lot of discrepancies on the issue of spending money at source. And if we are going to say removing these funds and putting them in the consolidated fund will cripple these particular entities, then we will have no money. Yet these who are spending money at source, including UA, there raised a lot of question marks. A lot of money was swindled. So now it does not augur well allowing others to collect money and sending it all to the consolidated fund, and then others are spending at source. For me, I would kindly request, instead of bothering ourselves with forensic audit, we should allow all entities to put money in the consolidated fund, and then they put their requisitions, we are able to send them. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Of course, institutions differ. You cannot say that all the institutions should have monies sent straight. Like UCC. You will not say UCC has a percentage of the money it remains with. So the medical stores. So most of these institutions differ. Yes. Yes, procedure.
Madam Speaker. It is conventional in this House and the Commonwealth practice that the front bench, that side, is a prison for ministers. Are we proceeding right by Honorable Sechikubo and Honorable Arion to occupy space and keep Honorable Mbadi and Honorable Gwaga the other side at the periphery? Are we proceeding well, Right Honorable Speaker?
Honorable member, we are having a free sitting. Honorable, any other item on Geoffrey?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to make still comment on the issue of overspending by URA, and I think let me restrict myself to URA. I think the idea that some of these institutions will be able to spend at source is meant to facilitate their activities. But then I was wondering if we still continue to notice that there's a over expenditure beyond what is required. Want it to be, I just wanted to get clarification from the chairperson whether there was no limit within which they are supposed to operate. Because much as they are allowed to spend at source, I believe that one, there should be a limit, and then also two, the guideline of only which items they are supposed to spend. Thank you.
Former Chair,
yes,
Geoffrey, there
yes.
is always a limit
yes.
on how much you should spend.
Yeah, that's why, Madam Speaker, I rose, because if there is a limit, I think the committee came up with a view that there was over expenditure. That means they surpassed their what? Their limit.
Yes.
So when they surpass their limit, that means there is a problem.
Yes.
And they wanted to get a clear clarification, because the committee should have interrogated if they had a specific limit within which they are supposed to spend. Why did they go beyond? And I have not seen any sanction proposed by the committee in relation to that. That's why I have stood up, Madam Speaker. The remit, what is the remit? That one has not been brought out clearly. Thank you.
What is your recommendation on overspending beyond the limit of what was given?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank my brother, the Honorable Onjima. Well, first of all, to put it in context, there are two figures. There is NTR, because the permission to spend at source relates to what they are able to collect by themselves as NTR. Now, the policy of government has shifted that all collections go through URA. Their interpretation is that everything they have collected is NTR to them, which is where we disagreed. So, after interrogating the issue, we did say the committee recommends that URA's over expenditure was irregular. First, as an observation, and the accounting officer's explanation could not absolve the entity. The PSST who would have sanctioned the accounting officer is a member of the URA board, which treated this money as part of their NTR. So that's where we said the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should take up the matter in accordance with Section 78(1) of the Public Finance Management Act. In other words, we passed over the responsibility now to the minister. Why? Because the PSST who supervises accounting officers is a member of the board that treated this money as NTR. Thank you.
Don't we need to find out how much money was overspent? And that should have been the responsibility. Did the Auditor General give us the amount that was overspent?
Yes, the amount, Right Honorable Speaker, was mentioned, where we mentioned expenditure of a total budget approved of 554.510 billion, Uganda shillings 649.41 billion was spent over and above the budgeted amount by 94.896 billion, which is 17%, which was irregular and unjustified. In his response to the committee, the accounting officer provided sources part of this over expenditure amounting to 67.06 billion. The schedules revealed that travel and transport 24%, procurement of office equipment, which is 4,003%, and office furniture 3% were financed during a environment worth 26.43 billion, which ideally is part of the approved budget as per Section 22 of the PFMA. 2. The exception of land and buildings, which is 370%, that was financed by donation from Trademark East Africa, was not originally part of the approved budget, which offends Section 1310A(3) of the PFMA. And we attach annexures of those letters.
Thank you.
And C, generally, the entity's over expenditure is in violation of Section 25 of the PFMA and Section 18 of the Public Finance Management Regulations 2015 that require a vote to seek supplementary expenditure.
Thank you. Honorable members, you see there was a environment that was the cost without permission from the relevant authority. The person who is supposed to approve environment is a PSST, who is also a member of the board, and that would amount to a conflict of interest. So, and now that we've referred it to the minister to take an action on that, we'll need an action from the ministry. Government, do you have what to say?
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance will have a response on this matter. But in any case, once the report is adopted, then we shall be able to come back through the Treasury Memorandum, answering the action that we have taken on the recommendation.
And the Treasury Memorandum.
Yes, so we'll be able to respond through the Treasury Memorandum.
Honourable members, I put a question at the report of Public Accounts Committee on commissions, statutory authorities, state enterprises, on the report of Auditor General on financial statement of Uganda Revenue Authority, corporate services for the year ended 30th June 2023 be adopted by this August House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it, and pursuant to Section 53 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, the clerk should extract and transmit this to Minister of Finance for us to be given the Treasury Memorandum. Next.
Item 4. Motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Commission's statutory authorities and
Honorable
state
John, I told
enterprises.
you I will give you. I'll give you. Yes. I've not given you great. Next.
Item 4. Motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Commission's statutory authorities and state enterprises on the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Equal Opportunities Commission for the year ended 30th June 2023.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Permit me to present the report. And as earlier guided, the introduction appears at pages 2 to 3. Methodology follows, and we make observations and recommendations from page 4. With regard to the financial statements, number 1, on the non-inclusion of development partner contributions in the UN Women and State Women and states the revenues received by the Commission, we recommend that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should guide all public entities to include third-party contributions to be transacted under the FMS and to be part of the financial statements to reflect all transactions an entity has undertaken during the accounting period. 2, that the EOC should include development partner funds in the financial statements to reflect the transactions undertaken in a given period. With regard to misstatements of balances, at page 5, Right Honourable Speaker, we give our observations and recommendations at page 7 to the effect that 1, the accounting officer should charge expenditure on the
Chair,
appropriate...
you mean what was gotten as a donation was not included in the
Yes. Yes,
bank statement?
Right Honourable Speaker, I answer it in the affirmative, and this is what happens. The argument was that when they receive these as donations, there is a separate accounting system.
Yes.
And our emphasis was that all monies that are donated to Uganda are donated to the government of Uganda, and the accounting system...
Sechkubo, Tika Semira is there.
And that all monies that are received by government are accounted for in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act. So, that was the issue. Right,
Honourable members, are you getting what Honourable is saying? Having 2 accounting systems.
Yes.
Where you're not declaring what is given to you as a donation and you're only accounting for. Yes.
No, Right Honourable Speaker, they do account for this.
Yeah, they do account, but they don't
yes,
include in the bank
statement. But not on the
statement.
FMS, in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act.
Okay.
And I think it used to be common with donations, even when we were in Park Central. We would witness situations where they say we account separately. So our recommendation is that all monies must be accounted for in accordance with the Public Finance Management systems. And that the accounting officer should be cautioned for failure to adhere to the PFMA. Right Honourable Speaker, we make observations and recommendations on implementation of the approved budget. That is utilization of warrants at page 8, observations at page 9, and we recommend that the Ministry of Finance should always release the funds in time to enable entities execute their functions. The recruitment activity by accounting officers should await outcome of the rationalization by this Parliament, and that's what we advised them back then, and we continue to do so. With regard to unsupported output budgets, Right Honourable Speaker, we make observations at page 11 and recommendation that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should upgrade the program budgeting system to provide for printing of the individual item costed budgets. On implementation of outputs, Right Honourable Speaker, we make observations and recommendations at page 12 to the effect that 1, government should provide adequate funding to the entity to reduce reliance on external financing for critical interventions. And 2, that the accounting officer should enforce compliance with the requirements of the PFMA regarding accountability for funds received within the odd time frame. On excess supplementary funding, Right Honourable Speaker, at page 13, we make observations and recommend that going forward, the EOC should plan for staff recruitment during the normal budgeting planning process to avoid requests for supplementary funding, since staff recruitment does not fall under the conditions for supplementary funding requests. With regard to management of the salary payroll, at page 17, Right Honourable Speaker, is where we make observations and recommendations that the Ministry of Public Service should build the capacity of the staff in the usage and management of the HCM, and the entity should ensure that assignments of seconded staff are discontinued from sending agencies to prevent double entry and ghost employees and enhance management of the payroll. On inconsistencies in the employee details, we recommend that the query be dropped, having been satisfactorily resolved. On utilization of the wage budget, the committee recommends that management of the entity should coordinate planning and implementation of activities as envisaged in the budget, and that the Ministry of Finance should release funds for budgeted activities in a timely manner so as to ensure full implementation of the planned activities. On the findings from other audit procedures, special audit procedures, the committee recommends that the Commission should prioritize staff recruitment and ensure that all staff are properly placed on the payroll and to avoid ad hoc measures which cause inconsistencies. On review of the entity establishment, the committee recommends that government should review its recruitment policy to allow agencies execute their mandate, and government should provide adequate funding towards staff recruitment for efficiency in executing their mandate. On outstanding receivables of 247,975,546 Uganda shillings, the committee made observations at page 22 and recommendations at page 23. 1, that the accounting officer should recover all uncollected funds to staff as salary advance. That pursuant to Article 164.1, sub-Article 1 and 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honourable Speaker, Mr. Nicholas Sande Oluol, the former accounting officer under whose superintendence the above sums were advanced, should be held personally liable for the unrecovered salary advances made to staff whose tenure with the Commission expired. 3, that the police should investigate and possibly prosecute Mr. Nicholas Sande Oluol for negligence and causing financial loss. He should, in addition, be made to refund the unrecovered amount wrongfully advanced, together with the surcharge in accordance with the Section 80 of the PFMA, which provides, as I read, where loss or deficiency in public money advanced to or was under the control of a public office occurs, and the minister is satisfied after due inquiry that the negligence or misconduct of the public officer caused or contributed to the loss or the deficiency, the amount of loss or deficiency shall be debt due to the government and may be recovered from the public officer, either administratively or through a court of competent jurisdiction. Number 4, the police should expedite investigations and return the documents and records obtained from the entity for further management. Number 5, where the switching of contract from supply of transport equipment to provision, whereas the switching of contract from supply of transport equipment to provision of repair services to Dax Toyota Garage, which had breached the original contract, was irregular and ill-informed, considering that recovery of the amount with damages has been rendered impossible and overtaken by events, the entity should endeavor to utilize the services in diminution of the outstanding receivables. With regard to unfulfilled conditions of the tenancy agreement, Right Honourable Speaker, we observe at page 24 and make recommendations that the accounting officer recovers the equivalent on a quantum merit basis to the value of air conditioning services and CCTV cameras that were not provided by the landlord. Institute measures, number 2, institute measures to ensure that the landlord fulfills the conditions of the tenancy agreement within 3 months of the adoption of this report. On missing land title, Right Honourable Speaker, we make observation at page 25 and make recommendation that the accounting officer's efforts, first we commend the accounting officer's effort in securing the property by lodging caveat and commencing the process of obtaining the title. KCCA Land Office should expedite the process of issuing the special certificate of title within 1 month from the date of adoption of this report and provide a report to that effect to Parliament. On failure, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, to comply with the complaint investigation / hearing timelines, the committee observes at page 26 and makes recommendation as follows. 1. That the Commission should liaise with the Ministry of Public Service to ensure the expeditious recruitment of staff and replacement of existing staff to be conducted within this financial year. Establish a robust complaint management system through expansion and use of technological tools to ease registration, tracking, and management of the complaints on a first-in, first-out basis. On unsupported performance of complaints handling, Right Honourable Speaker and members, we make observations and recommend at page 27 that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should allocate sufficient funds over the next 2 audit years to ensure full renovation and expansion of the commissioned property in Bugolobi to prevent further expenditure on rent. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and members, it is the humble request of the committee that this Parliament finds pleasure in adopting our observations and recommendations in this report. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman, for this report. Christy?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I am debating the report. Right Honourable Speaker, on the issue of contribution of partners' funds to especially these institutions. Right Honourable Speaker, from my background of following up with funders, it becomes difficult for a funder to submit funds through the known procedures. But at the same time, they would also want to get recognition in the right procedure. I don't know how the Minister of Finance can come out
to reconcile the two.
Yes, to simplify that the contribution by a funder comes out in a manner that is recognized by our public accounting procedures. At the same time, for the institution, because some of the institutions are advised not to publicly show, but at the same time, the institutions that give, for example, UN Women, they also get money from other funders and other governments, and they would like to have recognition. So there is a need to streamline on how this can be done. But Right Honourable Speaker, there is also another issue of delaying staff recruitment. With the unemployment we have in Uganda, our people really feel very bad that recruitment of staff can be delayed amidst the unemployment we are facing. Right Honourable Speaker, I don't know how this can be effected, but we need to clear the reasons. We need to know.
Maybe let me first find out from the chair, where does the delay come from? Is it because the institution does not have money, or because of reluctance of the equal opportunities?
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. And as earlier mentioned, with your guidance when you advised me subsequent reports to be prepared by way of executive summaries, one of the general observations that you're going to find, and it cuts across all entities, including entities supervised by PAC central government. One, there are cases where there are planned procurements early enough. Ministry of Finance releases money, including in June, at the tail end of the financial year. Those cases have been highlighted in each and every individual report that we make. When we interacted with the Ministry of Finance earlier, Ministry says, I run a cash budget, I give you money as and when I get it. Now, the unfortunate bit with the public finance management system is they give you this money a week or two to the end of the financial year. It is swept back. The difference with some entities like UA, and I think I wish to clarify what colleagues may not have appreciated. There are those entities which do not receive money from the consolidated fund. At the end of the financial year, they do not have their money swept back to the consolidated fund. So those ones are able to easily and quickly roll over those activities to the subsequent financial year. Now, this is a matter that we need to deal with. And one of the recommendations you're going to find from COSASE in one of the reports is that the Ministry of Finance or government should present realistic budgets. Because they come here with figures, we get tempted, they fail to raise that money, and yet entities have already planned and budgeted. I think that is the explanation I can give on the delays. But there are also some entities which delay and hide under procurement systems. In those cases, we have also highlighted. The third category is where there is a planned recruitment or activity of any nature, and then there is intervention of investigations where there is suspicion, and then petitions are made to the relevant authorities.
Thank you. Chris, and finish.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, once again. Thank you for the clarification. My other last comment goes on the cautioning accounting officers. But, Right Honourable Speaker, we know that the institutions, for example, giving accountability of an institution, it calls for over 3 people. But this business of cautioning the accounting officer alone, look at the HR department and how it has delayed. I just feel that cautioning should go to the responsible people. It could be 3 who even sometimes...
There's always a head of an institution.
Yes, Right Honourable.
There's a head of an institution. When there's a problem, say in the parliament in terms of administration or whichever, the head of this institution administratively is the clerk. So it is upon the clerk now to go backwards and say who did A, B, C, D. So the head must take responsibility.
Yes, I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Ethel.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Ethel Achan.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, in addition to what the committee chairperson has just told us about some of these failures, since we are also having similar cases, we have the matter of the system, the PBS. We are having issues where MDAs are being failed. Even you realize that also the Equal Opportunities Commission could also indicate somewhere that somehow it failed even to absorb 1.7 billion. Much as it indicates this was due to matters to do with salaries and wages and recruitment, as there was a recruitment ban, but that one connects to where issues of the system exist in such a way that many times the system or the Ministry of Finance is unable to indicate that these people, they have this wage, but they have not yet recruited members. So the system is continuous. And also we have matters, especially in local governments, I connect it to this, whereby you are having the PBS and there is no internet by those MDAs. Towards the end, they can send money, the Ministry of Finance can send money, but no interaction with the system. The users cannot at any one time use the system. We also pray and request that in this very time, as we are handling PAC reports, let it be sorted. Madam Speaker, I realize that continuously these recommendations are the same throughout. Matters to do with the system, matters to do with recruitment. We now heard from public service that at least the ban has been lifted. Let it be sorted so that we don't get continuous things and we don't give the same recommendations indicating that government is not acting in one way or the other. I thank you.
Honorable Chan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the report. And from the report, I also heard that there is a missing land title. Right Honorable Speaker, there is mismanagement of government properties. I sat in the committee of COSASE in the last 2 years. I just left and went to a different committee. Right Honorable Speaker, during the investigation, you find that the land where they are operating, the entities operate, the titles are nowhere to be traced. And we hold, because some of the land titles are supposed to be with the Uganda Property Holdings and others with the Uganda Land Commissions. Now, if the committee has brought today on the floor of Parliament that there is a missing land title, Right Honorable Speaker, how can we guarantee that all the government properties and other lands that the government has across the country is safe? I would recommend that we put strong stringence to the Uganda Land Commission through the Ministry of Land, that all government properties, all government lands must be audited and presented before the floor of Parliament. Thank you.
Chan, at one time, the land title of the Parliamentary Commission was also missing. We only got that land title when we came in, and that's why we got that land title. It was not an easy thing. So when you talk about auditing and making sure that these titles are got, you're very correct. If a title of Parliament can go missing, what about other institutions? But as of now, we have the title. Yes, Milton. Let's finish that box.
Yes, thank you very much.
Then we come.
Right Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, whereas the rules bar us from debating and legislating in anticipation, I just wanted to pray for your indulgence that we review the recommendation regarding staff recruitment. Why? Last week, bills to do with the rationalization of EOC and UNHCR were tabled here, that they are supposed to be merged. Now, if we ask them to come up with a robust recruitment plan, I think we'll be rotating around.
We are debating in anticipation. What about if they are not merged, Milton?
Right Honourable Speaker, I agree with you, but I just wanted to do it because
is an
even
anticipation. Please give your Hajj. Now that makes me remind you that I need all the RAPEX bills next week ready in the House. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee on the comprehensive report they have put on the floor of Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to give my comment on the issue of recruitment. In many occasions in these entities and the districts, there are those specific posts that exist, but they have not been given out because in those areas they intend to identify some specific people who could occupy those areas, whereby you'll find that a person who has not qualified in order to occupy a position still goes to school, and this person is reserved for this person in order to come and occupy.
In some cases, they even waive off some conditions for some people.
Yes. So, in this regard, I want to appeal to such institutions that if a place exists and the man is there in order to recruit, the recruitment process should be done as soon as possible, because we need services to be delivered.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I beg submit.
I've seen Charity. I found the Charity. Honorable Pair. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity, and thank you, Chair, for the very good report. Right Honourable Speaker, I note on page 11 and 12 about the implementation of outputs. And in most of these reports that we are receiving, there is a very big issue on the implementation on outputs. And yet, as an accountability committee, we should be able to note the budget execution in terms of the output that we are assigned to, the money they have received, money release, and all that. And all those details are given. Now, when you look at this page, you find that money was provided for, and some of the activities were not done, some were done partially. And I'm a bit baffled by the recommendation that they should comply to the Public Finance Management Act, which they know and they are supposed to be compliant. Right, Honourable, the issue I'm raising is that I think we need to start having a bit more accountable recommendation. For example, if you've not implemented or you have implemented partially, and in most cases they say money is not given. But in instances where even money is given, the implementation is not done. So I would like to request that if the committee or the House find it fitting, we should be able to be a bit more strong on the issue of holding some of these accounting officers accountable. Thank you.
There was an under-absorption.
Thank you, Right Honourable. So money was given, they have not absorbed, they have not implemented. And we are saying they should be compliant. I think it's beyond compliance.
And then they will still ask for money.
Thank you, Right Honourable.
Yes, Haji.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm also persuaded to make mention of how much was being paid by this commission to Kampala Kingdom. 2.5 billion annually in terms of rentals. The report was not explicit on the extent or the longevity of the lease agreement, of how long they have been there or for how long they are going to be there. But if you compute that amount of money for the 2,003 square meters, and that's a lot of money causing a cost on our public fund and the consolidated fund. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm also in agreement with the committee report that we need to fast track the premises of this commission, get it refurbished, maybe increase the working space so that we cut down on this expenditure that could be diverted to benefit other sectors of our country. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Sure. Dr. Bedi.
Thank you, Right Honourable.
I'm coming, Dr. Boka.
Right Honourable, the report revealed that on the missing title, the agents has found it difficult even to access a special title. KCCA is a government entity, the office of the land in KCCA. I'm surprised that with even another government entity, there are constraints in accessing a title. Right, Honorable, there are cartels all over the country that steal titles for government, and it is a serious issue. They steal these titles, and then at the end, they fraudulently take away.
Which cartels? Just give us one, two. Because
I will give in my city, Masaka, because I'm talking from information from my city. And for us in our city, we want help by government to investigate in my city, because I'm not talking out of blue. In Masaka city, we are missing titles for the city properties. And Right Honorable, we need a serious investigation into these cartels so that the properties of government can be secure. Titles are missing. At the end of the day, you found that they have taken away the land, the properties fraudulently. I want to call upon you, Right Honorable, that in our resolution, the issue of auditing should come out clearly.
I think when you're doing your oversight or accountability, you need to look at the asset register. In the asset register, you should be able to look at the properties in terms of land. How much land does this institution have? Do they have land titles or whichever? Are they encumbered? And if they're encumbered, how did, yes. You need to do all of that in all your institutions. And the issue of the land titles getting lost is really a serious issue. Serious. Yes.
Madam Speaker.
I'd given to Asuman.
Thank you very much,
Because
Right
you
Honourable
didn't-
Speaker.
Now I'm on floor. I don't know how you will choose between me and Pastor Leroy.
Asuman, members, we still have 10 reports to go.
Right Honourable Speaker.
And we must finish.
I want to thank you. In the presentation and later on the clarification by the learned chairperson of the committee, he did allude to the fact that some entities receive monies towards the end of the financial year, and that monies are not utilized and they are swept back. Right Honourable Speaker, this has been a recurrent problem. And because it's a recurrent problem, I know that even other committees, accountability committees, will raise a similar issue. Right Honourable Speaker, when we were presenting park reports in the last session, we did advise that Parliament needed to consider serious reforms in the Public Finance Management Act, especially with regard to scenarios where monies come late, they are not utilized, and they are swept back. And when these monies are swept back, there is no guarantee that that entity will receive it again. But that can only be addressed, Right Honourable Speaker, through legislative reform. But Right Honourable Speaker, we also have to harmonize between program budgeting and sector budgeting. But also that has also to come through legislative reform. Right Honourable Speaker, I know that the presiding officer has asked the front bench, the executive, to bring those reforms. Unfortunately, no deadlines were given. And because no deadlines were given, the executive is not bothered. But Right Honourable Speaker, if we are to help entities, then the Public Finance Management Act has to undergo some surgery, especially regarding to late releases and recouping monies back to the consolidated fund.
Thank you. He has left the floor. You will speak in the next report. Government.
Madam Speaker, just to thank the chairperson of the committee and the members for a very thorough the speaker is
okay.
Follow up. Lop come.
Lop is another big person today. And I want to thank the chair, my senior member here, for a good report. Madam Speaker, my issue is still on land titles. This parliament directed, and a number of committees have made directives to Uganda Land Commission to provide government entities with the land titles. I was among members who fought against the sale of Shimon land by that time. And why we failed to go to court to win that matter, to stop, to put an injunction, because the school never had land titles. Never had its land title. And at the end of the day, we lost the battle that way. Madam Speaker, I think it's better you direct that Uganda Land Commission Ministry of Lands comes here and gives us an update on how far they have reached providing government institutions, including schools, with the land titles. What happens with the Uganda Land Commission?
Especially the playing grounds.
The playing grounds. Now here we are. You've seen Uganda Land Commission. The land title was there, but it is missing. And those seated there, the accounting officer, have kept a low profile by giving explanations up to the report of COSASE. So if we could achieve that, we get an update. A number of schools in Kampala, even Jinja, even elsewhere, are going to lose land because Uganda Land Commission has refused to issue out land titles. But whenever people come to take up that land, they give letters of no objection.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam.
Honorable Ministers, you give us a feedback. You need to put in consideration the issue of the playing grounds. And in this case, look at Nakasero.
Thank you. I want to thank the chairperson and the members of the committee for a very good report. You've done a good job. I just want to respond to three issues. One is off-balance funding, off-budget funding. It is a very big issue, and from the information I have, that we are doing some work to see how all monies that are off budget can be captured within the budget so that members of this house can know which money has come from where and for what reason. So it's work which is being worked on by the Ministry of Finance. Regarding missing land titles, it's unfortunate that I heard from you, Speaker, that even our title here was missing. I hope that at one stage we shall get informed where you found it. And how
we had to get a special title. We had to get a special title. The sergeant at arms had to get a special title for this place.
So to resolve the issue of missing land titles, the Ministry of Lands is automating the system to include even blockchain technology, so that this issue of missing titles can be resolved once and for all. The program versus sector budgeting, we adopted in this house the program budgeting.
Honorable Minister, when you talk about the automation, it is even getting worse. When the people who are in a catastrophe department, I don't know how they call it, but you'll find that where the road is supposed to be, they will push the road in the middle of somebody's land, and it has happened.
And in our Treasury memorandum that we are going to bring to this house within 6 months, we will be able to explain the progress the government is making in making sure that the fraud in the land issuing of land titles is resolved. Program versus sector, as you recall, we have been running under the National Development Plan 3, where we adopted the program approach. I think it's the responsibility of all of us to make sure that we reinforce it. Those are the few issues, but just on a lighter note, Madam Speaker, you mentioned that you have seen the Honorable Brigadier Charity Peinababo, and I don't know how now the Hansard will capture that, whether
I said
she
I'm
has
happy
been-
to see her.
Oh, thank you.
Honorable members in the public gallery this afternoon, we have teachers and pupils of Alto Junior School from Lugazi Municipality. They are represented by Honorable Servula Stephen and Honorable Mutasingwa Diana. Thank you so much for coming. You're always most welcome. Honorable members, I now put a question that the report of Public Accounts Committee on commissions, statutory authorities, state enterprises, on the report of Auditor General report on the financial statements of the Equal Opportunities Commission for the year ended 30th June 2023 be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and to control the name. The ayes have it, and pursuant to Section 53 of the Public Finance Management Act, you will expect a treasury memorandum from government within 6 months. And when you say within 6 months, we are not saying bring in the last month. You can even bring it tomorrow. Next.
Item 5.
Yes, procedure from...
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I also thank my colleague, the Chair Kosasi, for the good report. Right Honorable Speaker, from yesterday's order paper, we had a very important item that concerned a statement on shortage of essential medicines and health supplies at health facilities. And this has escalated. In today's monitor, it has made headlines. And when you look at today's order paper, this item was left out. Right Honorable Speaker, I request, if it pleases you, and I understand it's within your discretion to determine the items that are put on the order paper, I request that we amend the order paper to have this statement presented, because the minister was here yesterday. I understand these accountability reports are very important, but health takes precedent. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I kindly request that we amend the order paper to have this item discussed earlier than waiting for any other day, Right Honorable Speaker, if it does please you.
Thank you so much, and I know it is a very important item, and just as what you are discussing is equally important. However, we only deferred this because of the absence of the minister. We, as the minister, we did call the minister to be in the house, and the minister said she will only be here on Monday. So she will only be in Kampala on Monday. So I am wondering whether you wanted the minister of which minister? Now let's get the minister to respond to that. But at the same time, we are also going to call and make sure that this issue is handled then as we discuss it. Tuesday is a public holiday. Next, we'll handle it on Wednesday, please. But after here, I'm going to call NMS. Where is the chairperson of education? I mean of health. Chairperson of health? Chairperson of health? It doesn't matter. First of all, I want to thank you for the statement you made. You made a very good submission. A very, very good submission. And secondly, I want after here, use your office to make sure that you call NMS, call your minister. We want drugs in the hospitals. That is one of your roles. Next item.
Item 5, motion for adoption of the report of the public accounts.
Madam Speaker,
Honorable Lee.
arising from the matter raised on health, there was also a concern raised here and the Minister of Health was supposed to respond to. We have a situation in this country where privileged people like us, MPs, ministers, are the ones who get opportunity to travel abroad for medication under funding from government. There are so many people struggling in the villages. Their health conditions cannot allow them afford medication. And we said the minister should come here. The health committee was required to examine this matter and report on the procedures that should be taken. Up to now, there's no report to the country.
Insurance the bill.
No, the insurance bill may support, but this is already something which is in operation. We want the country to know what is the procedure. If there are children who need medication abroad, what procedure should their parents take? Because there's a bloodline, this information is only available to very privileged people, and there are so many people suffering in the countryside, and that matter deserves the attention of this parliament, and I invite you to direct the minister and the Committee on Health to work on this and bring a report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Committee, have you heard?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. I
So-
recall that there was an update given on the procedure for accessing treatment abroad. There's a medical board which you have to apply to, and they'll make the evaluation.
Is
and
it,
anyone
is
is
it,
eligible.
is it for everybody?
Yes, it is for everyone. That clarification was given on the floor here.
But if I could just give a background. When the matter was raised, the minister responded, and the explanation she gave was found to be inadequate. That's why the matter was referred to the committee, and they were supposed to interact with the various people. We have an honorable member here who has been struggling to get treatment, and he has not got.
Who is
if
that
a
one?
member,
Who is
he is
that
a member of the education committee, he comes from Karamoja.
Who is that one?
I'm not seeing him here, but I can bring him here.
Honorable members, honorable members.
Yeah.
Honorable members.
The second case is a boy in my constituents. The father has been pestering me. They cannot access information on where this board is. And because of these challenges, the presiding officer then directed the Committee on Health must examine this matter.
Now you
so
as
that
a member
people-
of parliament who knows where the body is should be able to guide your electorates.
I don't know. I don't know where the body is.
Where the body is.
I don't know.
Next item. We are deviating from what we are discussing. Next item. Honorable Achut, I need a report. I need your minister on those issues of health. We need that. Let's not deviate. Next.
Item 5, motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Commissions.
Madam Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. You see, we should not keep here misleading ourselves. We have seen what happens with the medical board. It is a rigorous exercise to get there. Then I want to say factual and facts remain instant that if a matter is happening on Sewung here at Parliament and in Uganda, Parliament takes its precedent and manages the care. I've heard that through the clerk. But the issue we need to take care of, Madam Speaker, is the Committee of Health forcing the ministry to bring the insurance bill here. That insurance bill will solve a lot of challenges we are facing. And they withdrew the bill here, and up now they have not returned it. Other countries like Rwanda, in Kenya, they have these acts, and people are paying their insurance, and they end up surviving, other than going to go through all those procedures because of failure having the insurance bill in place. What is failing Ministry of Health? To bring the insurance bill, process it here, pass it until it becomes an act, and we move on to help our Ugandans, other than kneeling before that body is talking about that doesn't know where it stays. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I just wanted to give information on the National Health Insurance Bill. The Ministry of Health already completed their part. It was submitted to Cabinet, and it is on this financial year's legislative agenda. So what is needed is for the Prime Minister to commit on when this National Health Insurance Bill can be brought onto the floor of Parliament. But the Health Ministry has several times updated the House and that it's done on its part. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I can confirm that the insurance bill, the health insurance bill, is now at the level of Cabinet, and as soon as we finish with Cabinet, it will come to the House. As soon as it will. On the issue of what is happening, and the Chair would be able to connect with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health, even before they come to make a statement on the floor of the House regarding what's happening in hospitals. We should have taken action to reverse some of the things that are happening. Thank you.
So can you follow up on the issue of the bill?
Most obliged.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 5, motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Commissions, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises on the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Public Service Commission for the year ended 30th June 2023.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, honourable members. Yes, the committee did interact and presents the report as follows. A number of issues were raised by the Auditor General, and we are looking, we made observations beginning at page 4. One, we observed that there was under collection, which was a result of poor planning on the part of the entity, and recommend that the accounting officer should do proper planning and avoid the budget distortion. Number 2, Mr. Right Honourable Speaker, we made observations at page 5 that there was a breach of treasury instruction.
Honourable members, you wait and listen. Wait and listen to the reports.
That there was a breach of treasury instruction.
Honourable members, these are very important reports. Judith, I've marked you absent. Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, that there was a breach of treasury instruction that requires that domestic arrears taken arrears take a fast call on the budget, and that the funds for domestic arrears and ICT supplies were not warranted. Funds were spent on them, hence a mischarge by the accounting officer, and that two items that are different but were combined. The committee recommended that the accounting officer recovers the funds that were mischarged on domestic arrears and ICT supplies. We made observations, Right Honourable Speaker, at page 6 of the report, and recommended that Public Service Commission should address internal inefficiencies to ensure full staffing in accordance with the approved structure. We made observations at page 7 on the failure of the accounting officer to provide the primary source of individual costings of the activities under the budget, and we made recommendation that the Ministry of Finance Planning and Economic Development should upgrade the program-based systems, PBS, to support individual costing of activities under the budget output by the next audit year. With regard, Right Honourable Speaker, the next observation at page 8, that the Commission failed to adduce evidence of non-implementation of the planned activities as a result of a shortage. We made recommendations at page 9. One, that the committee recommends for a special audit to be undertaken to establish the expenditure for the Uganda shillings 4.02 billion, together with the worth of the partially implemented activities. A report should be availed to Parliament within 3 months from the date of adoption of the report. Number 2, that the accounting officer should ensure that guidelines on recruitment and deployment of PWDs are prepared, staff are trained in competence-based recruitment systems, and formal partnerships are established between the entity and other human resource outsourcing research institutions by the next audit year. On approved district and city service commissions, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, we made observations at page 11 and also recommendations. 1, that the accounting officer should ensure that district local governments provide sufficient resources are provided with sufficient resources, or they provide resources within their budgets to pay retainer fees to members of the district service commissions, in addition to other entitlements. 2, that Public Service Commission should fulfill their mandate by fully constituting the district service commissions. On performance assessment of the district service commissions, Right Honourable Speaker, we make observations at page 12 and also recommendations on the same page. 1, that the Public Service Commission should carry out induction of all new members of the district service commissions and conduct periodic performance assessments for the same for better planning. Number 2, that the Public Service Commission should always budget for induction and periodic assessments, and government should avail the required funds. Excuse me. On competence profiles for job positions in MDAs, Right Honourable Speaker, we make observations at page 14 and recommendations at the same page that sufficient funds be availed to accounting officers to facilitate the development of competence profiles for the competence-based recruitments and selection systems using workshop methodology. On management of government salary payrolls, Right Honourable Speaker, and validation of employees on the entity main payroll, we make observations at page 18, and that also inconsistencies in employee details. Right Honourable Speaker, we make observations at page 18 and also recommendations on the same page that the records of the commission staff be updated quarterly to prevent such occurrences in future. On utilization of the wage budget, honourable members, we make observations at page 20 and also make recommendations that the Ministry of Public Service clears all vacancies in the Public Service Commission to have a fully staffed establishment. Imagine it is the Public Service Commission and it is not fully staffed. Failure to avail IPPS/HCM payroll information. Right Honourable Speaker, we make observation that page 21 that the committee observes that the decline to provide the Auditor General access to missing interface files from both PSC and the Ministry of Public Services signifies irregularity in records keeping. We combine it with the risk management framework policy and recommend at page 23 that funds be availed to Public Service Commission to facilitate the setup of off-site servers or backups. On the manual processes of the Commission, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, we observe at page 24 and recommend that the accounting officer engages the relevant stakeholders to ensure that all system modules are automated within 6 months from the date of adoption of this report. With that, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, we invite this Parliament to adopt our recommendations and observations. We so pray and I so move. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, for this elaborate report. Honourable Lee.
Thank you. You got me to speak. And the question I want to raise is, we have been doing this ritual of the park investigating and bringing a report here, and a treasury memorandum is brought, and the situation in the country has never changed. People continue to steal money, resources continue to be diverted. Is there something we are not doing right? This is the question we should be asking ourselves. Do the reports make sense? Does government act on it? I think we need to do much more and investigate why there is no change. Because service delivery is getting affected, and I'm not sure relying on this report alone we will be able to address the problems the country is facing. We would need to strongly hear from the minister about do these reports make sense to the government? If they make sense, why is it that we are not adhering to the proposals made and their changes experienced in the country? This is the explanation I needed.
These reports really make a lot of sense. And in most cases we get some changes. Because like, I will start with my own house. I pay my members of parliament money to go to the constituency 4 times a month. And that is corruption. And when they don't go 4 times a month, when we complained, now everybody is in the constituency. So there is a change. Yes, Max, Dr. Boka, then Max.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for the report. I have 3 observations from the committee findings. I need your protection, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable is asking me why is the fuel not paid. To you.
Yep.
Over to you.
Should I first sit down?
You can ask the question properly.
The question is, the speaker informed us here that when we were passing the budget, that you were supposed to pay fuel arrears. And it is arousing from reports like this that you are supposed to comply. So the question is, why are you not acting? If these reports...
Honorable members, I didn't inform anybody that the fuel was supposed to be paid, but it is a ritual that it has to.
Madam Speaker, all that is the Parliamentary Commission is entitled to for this quarter is going to come in the quarter, or in the month of October. It's part of the release of October according to the Minister of Finance. But to mention to what you raised, the issue of sounding as if you are a little bit frustrated because of the work that we are doing as Parliament and the actions, when you analyze what has been happening, especially in the Treasury memoranda that we have been receiving from Parliament, from government to Parliament, you actually see that there is a lot of progress that we are making. When the accounts committee do their work and send to government, we have taken action. So you shouldn't get frustrated. There is work. Don't get tired of doing what is right.
So can you give us a feedback on the release tomorrow? You first go back to the microphone. Give us a feedback on the fuel tomorrow.
On behalf of
finance
of government.
On government.
On behalf of government, where finance belongs, we really want to undertake that this issue which has been raised by honorable colleague, the resources are part and parcel of the second quarter release, which is coming out in this month of October. When it's a sure deal, don't get worried.
Thank you. Dr. Boka.
Yeah, thank you.
Honorable members, just to allay your fears, it is going to be within this week.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I have two observations from the report. The first observation
the only
is...
problem we have is public holidays, but it is available. Yes, Boka, Doctor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two observations from the report.
Members, listen.
The first observation, Madam Speaker, is on the program outputs from the Public Service Commission. The mandate of the Public Service Commission is supposed to be seeing to it that for positions that have been cleared for recruitment and wage provided, fast-tracking the recruitment process. But it's been noted with concern that in spite of the fact that the Parliament approves wage, the process of clearance and the process of recruitment is delayed because of administrative red tape. It's our prayer that we recommend very strongly that the Public Service Commission improves on its efficiency in the recruitment and placement of public officers on the payroll. Secondly, is support to the district service commissions that play a very, very key role in the recruitment and placement of staff in the decentralized service delivery systems. Many of the district service commissions are failing to deliver on their mandate because of insufficient support, including tools provided by the Public Service Commission to them. I would like to recommend, Madam Speaker, that the Public Service Commission is facilitated by this Parliament to see to it that our district service commissions do their role of recruitment and placement of staff in the district local government.
There are two different things. Public Service Commission vis-a-vis the District Service Commission.
Madam Speaker, I'm observing on the support by the Public Service Commission to the District Service Commissions to be able to do their work well, which requires some improvement. Thank you.
Can I want a clarification on what the Honorable is asking. How, you have information? Come.
The information I wanted to give about the District Service Commission is about the local leaders at the district, say the chairperson and the committee that institutes that institutes the District Service Commission. There is always a delay and there is always politics at the district. Therefore, the members that are supposed to be elected at the District Service Commission take a lot of time, and whereby we need advice from Public Service Commission to supervise those people and give a timeline to when District Service Commission is supposed to be instituted. That is an example, a live example in Mukono. We took over a year without District Service Commission. Actually 3 years, yes, thank you. So we got such a problem, we need Public Service Commission to intervene at the period of time we're supposed to be having that.
I think, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, this is a multi-sectoral thing. It involves, one, the Ministry of Finance. It involves the Ministry of Public Service, and then the Public Service Commission, as well as the districts themselves. Now, there should not be any time, at any point, when there is no District Service Commission in place, because it is a constitutional requirement. When this one is expiring, the process should have started before to ensure it is in place. Now, where are the bottlenecks? Where are the troubles? The troubles are here. One, if there are funds that are required to put it in place and they are not in place. Number two, where there is politics, as colleagues said, at the district level in the appointment. Sometimes politics, the chairperson nominates and the council rejects, because remember, it is supposed to approve. Number three, where the chairperson has set certain conditions and they are not fulfilled. And number four, where there are complaints arising in the process of appointing and approving district service commission. Now, the question of the service, how they perform, performance. One, dedication. Two, distinction. And three, corruption. Those are generally operational matters which can only be addressed on a case-by-case basis.
Case on case basis. Yes, local government.
Yeah,
public
you.
service. There's another public service behind.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to make a comment on the issue raised by Honorable Dede Boka, particularly relating to help extended by Public Service Commission to the District Service Commission. When I was still the chairperson of Committee on Public Service and Local Government, the Public Service Commission used to organize regional induction programs. But the major challenge was the issue of funding. You will find that they will organize induction which will only take around 2 days, 1.5 days. So maybe what we need to do is also look into the funding to Public Service Commission so as to intensify the element of induction and also training. I think that will be the one way to help them. Because the issues to do with the political influence by the district chairpersons, they are real. There are many cases. Some time back, I think Buseni district had almost the whole 5 years. They could not go ahead and recruit because the District Service Commission was not constituted. Around 3 members were there, but 2 were rejected because the chairperson said, no, I can't work with this. The same also affected, I think, Busia. Busia, where a council rejected the whole team that was elected. So the element of sensitization is very important and induction, but then it also requires funding. So when the Public Service Commission comes and presents its budget, we need to look into these budgets and also support them so that the element of induction can be carried by them. Thank you.
Thank you. Gomba.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I would like to thank the chairperson for the well-detailed report. Right Honorable Speaker, as the chairperson was reading his report, I was so worried that the Public Service Commission that is in charge of the other civil servants is understaffed. I think that is a big challenge, and on the side of government, they should take that as a serious case. We do not want to see the one in charge of recruitment also understaffed, because it will cause problems to the rest of the entity. Exactly. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable also in his report made the observation that the Public Service Commission is working on an IT risk management strategy and comprehensive information technology security policy. It is very prudent and important for a country to have a database of all its civil servants in that category. And I am very happy that finally the Public Service Commission is finding it prudent, and I pray that it will not go halfway, like how sometimes they start developments and they end halfway. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, my honorable colleague has talked about induction. It is very bad to appoint people and they are not inducted. Just like us here at Parliament, given that we believe that we have the brains, but you have often, Right Honourable Speaker, given us all the induction, guided us to help us in our work. Therefore, I agree with the committee on the recommendation that the district service commissions should be inducted, equipped with the work they are going to do. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
And remember, when they are appointing the districts, I mean the Judicial Service Commission, they appoint from the business community, from different communities. It is not specific that it must come from this kind of entity. There are those from business community, there are those from the academia, others are from other professions. So you need to induct them, to continuously train them on what is required out of them and how they should handle issues when people are sent before them. Yes. Doctor? Then Haji.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And colleagues, I want to thank the Chairman for the report. Right Honourable Speaker, globally, Uganda is a constituent of ILO. And the ILO, we talk of international minimum standards in the world of work. Right Honourable Speaker, Convention 87 talks of the right to organize. 98, right to collective bargaining. Convention 100, right to equal employment and equal pay. And accordingly, in our Constitution, under Article 21, it has been cascaded there. Article 40, Clause 3. We are talking of collective bargaining, right to organize. And Right Honourable Speaker, in 2008, the government came up with a law which was enacted by this Parliament. And this law, called the Public Service Negotiating Machinery, under Section 3, says in every government, ministry, department, and local government, there shall be a consultative committee whose role, among other things, shall look at welfare, recruitment, issues of policy, medical, and all those. Right Honourable Speaker, it is not absence of laws, but the challenge is that we have good laws and they are not actually enforcing them. You do find that under this law, employers, employees have a mechanism to actually advocate and negotiate. So I beg that maybe you'll be pleased to allow me to move a notice without motion under our rules of procedure 59. Motion without notice. To the effect that in order to be compliant, Right Honourable Speaker, we ensure that we enforce this mechanism in all entities and ministries. Then we shall actually enhance service delivery. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Ede.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee and the chairperson for the report. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, you would observe in the report many issues were raised, but most specifically, non-utilization of funds that were released to the ministries, and secondly, inadequate funds. So here you can see there is a lot of imbalance between utilization and inadequacy. So I think what ministry should do in this is to harmonize their budgets. Because in some votes you see there is inadequacy, and in other votes you see that there is failure to use the released funds. My second point, Right Honourable Speaker, is about the digitalization of recruitment. We have been talking about corruption in service commissions, but a situation where our service commissions can adopt digitalization of recruitments, where jobs are applied online, interviews online, and even appointments online, such that this face-to-face, people going to see service commission that we have come to sit for interviews, I think it is something that we should stop. Because this one will also help us to solve the problem of corruption that we have in recruitment. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, and thank you very much for the report.
Thank you. Ismail.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, if you read the Local Government Act, Section 54, Clause 2, it gives the provision of Constitution of the Service Commission, and of which out of 5 members, 1 is supposed to come from the urban. We faced a situation in Kotido that it took 6 months to resolve until the Attorney General has to advise. Where we had the law urban councils, these are town councils, and the municipality. But the law says from the urban. The municipality recommended a member as the upper urban council. The town councils again recommended one other member. When it came to council of the district for approval, it became a problem. The district went to approve a member of the local urban councils and left down of the municipality. I wrote a letter as a member of parliament for the urban to the municipality, and the mayor wrote a letter too. So there's a laguna in the law that needs to be rectified, whereby the autonomy of the urban should be given to the upper urban councils in terms of boards and commissions. Even to the district land board, we had the same problem. So I pray that these lagunas, the Attorney General, should be able to advise in a situation like that. Secondly, also the local government act split why a member can be removed. It gives those reasons. But in Kotido, it was a different situation. One of the members of the commission who was supposed to serve the second term after every recommendation was rejected by the council based on a political influence. So these are some of the issues that are down there on the ground. I pray that the law or a policy be put in place to regulate the powers of the appointment of these members by the local councils. I pray. I submit.
Thank you, Ikudo, Honorable Kudo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Parliament of Uganda and any other parliament does a lot of work. Like what the committee has just done, they have brought a very good report. But what happens sometimes, the entities do not even look into the recommendations of the committee and what we are discussing here. It would be better for these entities to look into these recommendations and put things right. Also, other things that we face in the districts is that sometimes the district have very good plans, but those plans may not be completed simply because the funds are released late. How do you complete a school, for example, or a road within 1 month or 2 months? It is impossible. So, Madam Speaker, my appeal to the entities is that let them be looking into the recommendations of the committee. I thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. After Dr. Gomba West.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank the chairman for the good report. However, on page 12 of the report, he states problems of the district service commissions. But as we all know, he has missed the problem of corruption. The chairman has said we should solve corruption on a case-to-case basis. But from my feeling, corruption is cross-cutting in almost all district service commissions. What we know is that the jobs are on sale. Yes, in district service commissions. So much as we are saying it is case-to-case basis, when a problem is cross-cutting and generalized, it should be solved as quickly as possible. The second issue we have is the people who are acting, who are being employed in districts on acting basis. When they are volunteering, they volunteer for a year or two, and when time comes, because of corruption, the other people are recruited instead of the people who have been volunteering. So I want the chairperson, if he so wishes, really to amend this report and add this cross-cutting problem of corruption. And since we have the honor to have the minister here, he should also make a statement about what, because there is now a feeling that actually district service commissions, the recruitment in districts should be centralized to solve this problem of corruption. I beg to submit. Right,
The report will be adopted with the amendment. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Yes, I'm only concerned that my brother's temptation is to send the committee and this parliament in matters which were not before the committee.
Which were not in the audit report.
Not only that, Right Honourable Speaker, this is a report in respect of the Public Service Commission and not the District Service Commission. How I would indulge him probably to be patient as we deal with the local government's report.
The District Service Commission will be by the local government.
Thank you.
PAC local government.
Otherwise, as a doctor,
I want us to differentiate.
People who are not sick.
I want us to differentiate PAC local government vis-a-vis PAC COSASES. Now, the issue of corruption, the issue of the District Service Commission will come under PAC local government.
Much obliged.
This one is for commissions, enterprises, and statutory bodies. Gomba West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dr. Bukenya.
Mine is regarding the inconsistencies in the data, like the biodata of the employees of the Public Service Commission. I think it's very unfair and it's demoralizing for staff of the Public Service Commission who end up interfacing with and interviewing other people to have their own biodata not updated, because that's something that can be ignored, and you find on the record it is not catered for. They were talking about 10 members or something. I think as a matter of urgency, it has to be worked on for their morale, their good morale and good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bukenya.
Thank you, Right Honourable
Speaker. If you don't
Speaker.
speak on this one, you'll speak on the next report. They are related.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for having the sharp eye to see me in this corner. I'd like to first thank the Chair for presenting a very good report and the team that assisted him. First, Honourable Speaker, I want to talk about two issues. One, when we are starting the discussion, the Honourable said that these reports are not followed up. I like to disagree. I was chair of a committee in the last 5 years, and the Honourable Bahati was the Minister of Planning.
Is addressing you.
And the Honourable Bahati was the Minister of Planning. So whenever I would make 20 recommendations, we would pick at least 5 in the next financial year without us going to him to ask. So he would add them on. So I'm sure if the ministers that are there like him, something is being done. Secondly, the most crucial issue which the Honourable Segona raised in the report is about the servers. I think the issues the Honourable from Gomba raised, digital transformation is crucial in this. And I think the Service Commission should be facilitated, and on the bigger strategic view, the Minister of ICT should also be facilitated to implement the digital transformation roadmap, because it integrates all the ministries, and this will help us solve most of the problems that we have in the public service. It would even help us to tackle the issue of understaffing, because some of the work that may not be filled that they consider redundant, the space can be covered by the IT system and in digital transformation. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Propos.
I still remain Propua. You at one time you were with us. The people who speak on behalf of the poor people, you abandoned us, so we are still there carrying the banner. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to thank my learned friend, Senior, for the good report. I only want to amplify an important point which he made, and we may not unpack it and appreciate it. When he said he is empowering government to increase the retainer fees of the District Service Commission members through the Public Service Commission, is using a legal term just in ordinary language, is saying that we should increase their pay. For me, I find this very, very critical, because it was provided that the chairman of the District Service Commission shall be paid a salary of 1 million. And that's what is being carried. I would pray that they revise this figure upwards. Because if we have a chairman who is on a good retainer, he will be forced to work hard to make sure that he keeps his image well, because he's being facilitated well, and will not pick handouts from the applicants. Even the members, instead of only providing for the chairperson, the Public Service Commission should consider that all members of the District Service Commissions should be given a retainer fee that is sizable. Maybe I would propose that they can move from 1 million of the chairperson to 6, then the members to 3, and we carry on like that, because it's a very, very big problem on the ground.
Honorable Member, what is happening? It is government only pays for the chair, of Public Service Commission, and then the commissioners, the members, are paid as low as I don't sitting allowance. I don't want to mention the amount. It's not good to mention it. It is ugly. So, as an institution of parliament, we really need to advocate and follow what the report is saying. Let's have a retainer fee given to these members. A retainer fee that is good enough, that will not make them go and solicit. You'll speak in the next one. Yes.
Madam Speaker, in addition to all concerns that have been raised here, in public services or public commissions, Public Service Commission, and also Health Service Commission, and any other commission dealing with recruitments and promotions, it has been observed that there are so many Ugandans suffering and they are not promoted. And the President's attention has even actually been drawn to some of the cases in Foreign Affairs. In the Health Service Commission, we have cases where people have served for over 20 years, they are not promoted. In Foreign Affairs, people have served for 15 years, they are not promoted. So why should we exploit Ugandans like that? And yet we have an able minister who seems to be paying attention to concerns of Uganda, but these issues are persisting. So we need to be assured. Is the minister aware about these irregularities, or he has enjoined those people who are just violating rights of Ugandans? And how will the PAC pick these issues and hold the minister to account? I needed this to be reconciled properly so that there is clarity. Already the President has intervened that this is not a matter which should have thrived under the NRM government. And it's an indictment on people who are delegated by the President and this House if no action is taken. I thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Love. Love. Tusime, you'll speak on the next one.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Senior member, it's a brief one. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the chair of the committee and the members for the report. But still on public and this service commission, you see, the observation here is that the committee observed 60 out of 146 required, 42 of this service commission district, meaning there's no work going on. And always, other committees are going to report staffing gaps in a number of government entities, including districts. Once this commission is not fully constituted, it cannot work. It's the duty of public service, Madam Speaker, and Honorable Mukasa, senior member, to carry out supervision over these people. Madam Speaker, let me tell you one interesting scenario. When you go to our districts, you will find that a teacher who wants to be appointed in a government school can spend 6 million to get a job. True. And this teacher is going to earn 400,000 per month. So by the time he gets the job, you have spent 1 year ahead of him without any payment. It's you, public service, through Madam Speaker, to bring all these suggestions to your relevant committee. How do you appoint these people? How do you remunerate them? When they talk about poor remuneration, as Honorable Barnabas has stated, the weakness is on you as public service. You are sleeping on job. And at the end of the day, it impacts on our citizens. So I would pray. But this is very simple. If you want to change the legislation, bring it to Parliament. If you want to improve the remuneration, bring it to Parliament. And lastly, Madam Speaker, let us not talk about 1 million that chair is getting for every district. It depends on the income of the district. If a district like Karungu, which has a low income, local revenue, it will not be able to achieve properly this money, to give even allowances to the members to come and attend. And all those should be responded to by the relevant minister, who is not very common here, but today is there. Yes, he's there, and I want to thank him. Yes, I can, if the speaker allows.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I would like first to thank the law, but I needed to seek clarification on whether we are discussing the matters of the District Service Commission or Public Service Commission. So if it is Public Service Commission, I really wanted, with due respect to my brother Delop, to address the matter as per what is on the order paper. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Honorable Gwang. I know you came in late, and indeed this time we are handling Kosase report, but basing on the report I talked about District Service Commission, and some observations you have stated, and it's under him. When it comes to education, we shall meet in our area there. I know how we shall handle that bill as we talk always, but let us handle this one. Madam Speaker, I beg to.
Thank you so much. Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, with due respect to my colleague and fellow teacher, Honorable Seungu, I would like to say that indeed the Public Service Commission is doing everything possible and what it can, given the various limitations, to supervise and guide their district service commissions. Issues of induction and so on, yes, have been raised. Yes, they try, given the limitations they have of funding, and they have done it. And they have given guidance from time to time of the various district service commissions. The Public Service Commission has also worked very hard, to move expeditiously whenever issues arise. And ideally, really, there should be no gap if there's a problem in a particular district service commission, the law allows that particular district to borrow the services of the neighboring district so that work is not stifled and it continues. And this has happened in some instances, so that at least recruitment and the employment of staff does not falter or is not halted. Right Honorable Speaker, we at the moment actually seized of all these issues which have been raised, including corruption, including all the job sales and what have you. And the Public Service Commission has been directed really to carry out a study and find out and come up with relevant and concrete proposals as to how some of these shortcomings can be eliminated altogether. And it's doing its job. And very soon, a report is going to be presented.
Honourable Minister, I'm not sure if you need that report because it's provided for under the Constitution, Article 198. It says the District Service Commission shall consist of chairperson and such other members as the district council shall determine, at least one of whom shall be a representative of urban authorities, and all who are appointed by the district council on recommendation of the district executive committee. Now, on the recommendation of the district committee, he who appoints disappoints. So this can be handled under this without getting a paper that you're talking about, because it has to be approved by a Public Service Commission.
Yes, and the Public Service Commission has been doing exactly that. But, Right Honourable Speaker, while it's trying to do that, issues arise.
Member, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and Senior Member. What we are requesting, the LOP raised a very critical issue. He says you are sleeping on the job. I want to give an example of where you are sleeping on the job. The law provides that there shall be 5 members of the District Service Commission. You find a District Service Commission functioning when they have just 3 members. The law provides that the quorum shall be 3. But that does not mean that they should only appoint 3. You can only quote that provision of the law when there is 5 members and the other 2 are absent. They should be there, and in a very short distance or even a call away, they can report to the commission. But as long as they are not there, that means the District Service Commission is not duly constituted. And this is where you are sleeping on job. My district, Kagadi district, has just 4. There was a reverend who resigned because he could not cope up with the corruption scandals that were going on. You are aware. He attended in his resignation. And the commission continues to function under that provision that it is, the quorum is 3. No. The constitutional ruling of Sam Mukhtesa provided that the body which is not duly constituted cannot function as a body. How do you vote? So this is where we are taking you on, and we want you to provide this house with information that you are not sleeping on job, because almost every district, like the district she was talking of Mukono, still had the same problem. If you go to Chankwanzi,
They have a
Honorable, that is understood. What we need now to do is that the Judicial Service Commission should make a follow-up with the District Service Commission, since they are the ones who supervise public service. Yes, Honorable Local.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Two quick clarifications. Number one, Right Honorable Speaker, there are instances where district local governments make submission for names that could have been approved by the council but requires the final approval of the Service Commission. Unfortunately, there are instances where Public Service Commission takes too long to respond to districts. We had suggested that the Ministry of Public Service, together with Public Service Commission, needed to have a clear time frame within which they respond to submissions. Maybe the Honorable Minister needs to clarify on that. Two, we had also suggested, Right Honorable Speaker, that, for example, there are districts, actually across the country, there are only 25 substantially appointed district engineers throughout the country. The rest are people who are acting, and most of them have acted for more than 5 years. We had also suggested that the Ministry of Public Service, together with Public Service Commission, needs to look at a framework where they can deal with some of the challenges that are preventing the local governments from attracting and recruiting such positions. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, there are also instances where local governments have a lot of issues to be handled. For example, irregularities in the recruitment processes, where complaints come and Public Service Commission needs to deal with such complaints. Unfortunately, they take too long, and the law requires that they have to act within a certain period, and if they don't, then it renders all the complaints redundant. The Honorable Minister needs to clarify on some of those, what exactly they are trying to do to address those. Otherwise, it's a big problem at local government level, and we also need to deal with, Madam Speaker, the question of chairpersons of Service Commission getting 1 million shilling, while the rest of the members have to be at the mercy of locally generated revenue. The 1 million is from the consolidated, but the other members get allowances from local revenue. We had suggested that we need to standardize so all can be charged on the consolidated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. As I was saying, these issues have cropped up, and the Public Service Commission and the Ministry of Public Service and local government are aware. And the Cabinet actually directed that Ministry of Public Service and local government plus the Attorney General should look into these issues and provide concrete recommendations which will help in a way to remove all these issues and outcries. Some of issues include corruption and what have you, and some of the delays and the political interference, especially in the constitution of the district service commissions and their performance. So I was saying, yes, we have gone ahead and we have more or less done our work, and we are soon going to present a cabinet paper on all these issues with practical recommendations. And once it's adopted, then action is going to be taken. It is not a question of sleeping.
How long? When you say soon.
How
soon.
long? How long?
Because we are going into a budgeting process. Yeah. We are going into a budgeting process, and we are saying, let's get a way of increasing pay. Let's get a way of having a retainer for these people.
That is quite in order. It's quite in order, yes. Oh, yes, we have also found it. It's in order. Let these people be paid, not just retainers. In fact, we are proposing not just a retainer. Let them be paid a salary. Because the revenues of the districts vary, we are saying let the salary come from the consolidated fund. But, well, I'm just mentioning the recommendations which this study has done and which are going to be presented to Cabinet. Yes, but the essence of it is that, yes, we are privy of some of these shortcomings and the gaps, and we are ready to ensure that these gaps are plugged so that we have a vibrant and quite operational district service commissions. The issue of digitalization, yes, it has started. It's not right up to the level that we want it, but at least suffice it to say that the journey has begun and it will not end until its final destination. So, Right Honourable Speaker, that with those few examples show that we are not sleeping and that we are quite awake, and we shall actually and we shall deliver these service commissions to the level that we want them, that Parliament is dictating, and in fact that the public wants them to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable members, and we really want to urge the public service to take these recommendations very seriously and have them implemented. You cannot have somebody who is employing you getting an allowance, a sitting allowance of 30,000, and yet you're going to get 40 million. What do you expect of such a person? Temptations are there. I now put a question that the report of the Public Accounts Committee on commissions, statutory authorities, and state enterprises on the report of Auditor General on financial statements of Public Service Commission for the financial year ended 30th June 2023 be adopted by this House. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. Thank the ayes have it. Could we have a Treasury memorandum as per Section 53 of the Public Finance Management Act? Thank you. Next.
Item 6, motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Commissions, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises on the financial statements of Uganda Investment Authority for the financial year ended 30th June 2023.
Chair.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The committee did come up with a report, and as guided earlier, we are still compliant. Right Honourable Speaker, we make observations at page 2 and recommendation at page 3 of the report with respect to the observation that the accounting officer should disclose and transfer the outstanding Uganda shillings 0.23 billion to the consolidated fund, and that the accounting officer should be held responsible for failure to disclose the NTR budgeted figures in the financial statements. 2, with respect to performance of government warrants, we observe and recommend at page 5 of the report that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should ensure that approved budget is fully honored, and that the unimplemented activities should always be rolled over to the subsequent financial year. On utilization of warrants, Right Honourable Speaker, we make an analysis and observe at page 6 and recommend that the authority should improve the planning and execution of planned activities, including but not limited to training and skilling, to avoid scenarios of lack of persons with suitable qualifications and skills that may be tailored to the interests, desires, and the unique aspirations of the entity. We also recommend that the accounting officer should ensure that funds are availed are absorbed fully. On unsupported output budgets and unimplemented outputs, Right Honourable Speaker, we observe and recommend at page 7 that the accounting officer should prioritize activities and implement them in the order of priority, And 2, that the accounting officer should ensure that necessary revisions in the budget and work plan are effected and approved as guided by the PFMA 2015. On mischarge of expenditure of Uganda shillings 55 million, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, we observe at page 8 and recommend that the accounting officer should apply the funds to the activities planned for, and in case of reallocation of funds, seek approval from the relevant minister in accordance with section 22(1) of the PFMA. On delivery of services from implemented activities, Right Honourable Speaker, we make an analysis at pages 8 through to 10, and observe at page 10 and recommend that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development should ensure that all funds for the approved activities are released in a timely manner to facilitate the effective and efficient execution of government projects and programs. Management of the salary payroll, validation of the employees on the entity's main payroll. We observe at page 11 and also recommend that at page 12, management should periodically update employee list and reconcile the payroll. Number 2, the accounting officer should liaise with the relevant stakeholders to ensure that timely access and deletion of affected employees on and from the payroll. On utilization of the wage budget, Right Honourable Speaker, we observe at page 12 and recommend that the committee recommends that, being minimal and well explained, the query be dropped. Review of the entity's staff establishment, observation at page 13 and recommendation on the same page that the accounting officer should ensure that all vacant positions are filled by the following accounting period. 2, that the authorities should implement measures to improve employee retention through training and scaling to avoid human resource gaps. On change of accounting treatment for non-current assets, Right Honourable Speaker, we make observations at page 13 and our recommendation at page 14. 1, that the Accountant General undertakes sufficient training to accounting officers on the new accounting systems and any subsequent changes. 2, that going forward, the authorities should commence implementation of the policy. 3, that the entity should ensure government assets are revalued and stated in the financial statements at their correct values, and which should be depreciated over their useful life in accordance with the accounting systems. Speaker, I'm happy that the people of Busiro twinned us, and I am being assisted by the Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, on receivables of 21.42 billion, we make observations at page 15 and recommend that the accounting officer should ensure that strict measures are instituted to collect all outstanding receivables without any excuse. On outstanding payables of 1.90 billion, we make observations and recommend at page 16 that the Ministry of Finance should ensure that sufficient budget provisions are made for outstanding payables to enable their full settlement. On delayed revaluation of the authorities' land measuring 270 877 acres. We observe at page 17 and recommend that the Ministry of Finance provides the requisite funding to the authority to carry out land titling and regular revaluation of its land to ensure accurate financial reporting and maximize the land's potential for increased revenue generation. It's an issue that Parliament has pronounced itself on in a couple of seconds or microseconds ago. On development of infrastructure, design and build at Kampala Industrial and Business Park, Namamve, Kibip, Right Honourable Speaker, we observe at page 18 that there are delays in implementation of the project, and on the observations we make the recommendations at page 19 that the accounting officer should expedite the completion of the project to avoid unnecessary cost overruns. 2, that the authorities should improve on project planning, management and oversight to ensure timely implementation in order to achieve the intended objectives of the program. Number 3, that the government projects should enhance environmental protection and preservation by avoiding wetlands except in the clearest of cases based on absolute necessity. On cumulative achievement of project activities, Right Honourable Speaker and members, the committee makes observations at page 20 and recommendations thereon that accounting officers should ensure that before starting projects, proper coordination between stakeholders like NEMA, UMEME, National Water and Sewage Corporation, NITA-U, etc., is undertaken to harmonize the designs and avoid challenges of rejection of some sites that cause delays in project completion and service delivery to the beneficiaries. An absorption of funds under the Kibip Namave project. Right Honourable Speaker and members, we observe at page 21 and recommend as follows. 1, that the accounting officer should institute robust monitoring and evaluation of the new interventions meant to ensure that the project activities are completed at the right time with quality and a minimal cost to realize its intended project objectives. The authority should improve its financial planning and management, streamline bureaucratic processes, and ensure timely and effective implementation of the funded projects. Right Honourable Speaker, on delivery of services from implemented activities, we make an analysis from pages 21 to 22 and also observations at page 22 with the attendant recommendation that this being a minimal, well-explained query, we recommend that it be dropped. On the status of Uganda Investment Authority land utilization, we observe, Right Honourable Speaker, we make an analysis, pages 22, page 23 to 24, and observe at page 24 with the recommendation that Uganda Investment Authority should develop and implement inclusive land use plans that consider needs and potential of each region to ensure balanced development and promote sustainable use of available land. 2, that the authority should allocate resources, including funding, technical assistance and infrastructure development fairly across the districts to ensure all regions have an opportunity to develop. Number 3, that the board and management of Uganda Investment Authority should explore mechanisms of expeditious land dispute resolution. I notice that the board has since expired and we are waiting for the appointment of a new board. On the status of implementation of presidential directives on industrial parks, Right Honourable Speaker, we make an analysis at pages 25, 26 to 27 and make observations with attendant recommendation as follows. That Uganda Investment Authority should seek renewal of the expired directive of the President The board and management of Investment Authority should complete the establishment of the 8 industrial parks as envisaged in their work plan. Payment of URA administrative, should be UIA, pardon me, administrative and additional, URA administrative and additional assessment of 460 million. We observe and recommend that the accounting officer should ensure adherence to the commitment control system to avoid accumulation of arrears in lieu of statutory deductions. 2, that the accounting officer should ensure that there are budget provisions towards settlement of all domestic arrears. On unimplemented procurements, we observe and recommend that the authority should ensure effective procurement planning and robust management systems to mitigate the problem of non-implementation. And 2, the authority should have program timelines and work within those timelines. On expiry of appropriations, Right Honourable Speaker, we analyze and observe at page 30 and also recommend that the accounting officer should always comply with the law by seeking relevant authority if there is justification. Otherwise, return the funds to the consolidated fund. With that, Right Honourable Speaker, we conclude by stating that Uganda Investment Authority plays a crucial role in enhancing investment in Uganda, which drives national economic growth and development in partnership with the private sector. It is therefore recommended that Parliament be pleased to adopt this report, as I now beg to move. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mrs. Okia, Lucas.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Is it time?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for the report. Uganda Investment Authority is an entity that is supposed to help us attract investors into the country. And usually it does that by the incentives that the government provides and also some assurances of some infrastructure which will help some of these investors with their products to reach the markets. Now, from the report, we've seen that 86 billion was the approved budget, but only 46 billion was released. And this caused some of the plans, like roads that were meant to lead to some of these industrial parks, not to be constructed. Now, if the investors are given assurances that, the roads will be there, the power is going to be there, and they come and they set up their factories, they produce their goods, and they're not able to actually they're not actually able to make profits in the end, because government is acting as an investor by bringing these investors. For 10 years, you don't pay taxes, but after the 10 years, government is expecting to reap from these investors. Yesterday, in the report of URA, we saw that our tax revenue to GDP is very low for the region. But I see a situation where Uganda, after most of these investors have started making profit, Uganda will be one of the countries with a good tax revenue in the region. But if government does not invest in the infrastructure, in the facilities that are needed to promote these industrial parks and the industries, then we're going to have a very big issue. The second issue, I would like to agree with the committee on the issue that Uganda Investment Authority should be facilitated to invest and procure the 8 industrial parks, of which Madiokolo is one of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We really wanted the Minister of Investment on this debate. It's a very important report. Honourable members, issues of investment. We have had a lot of issues on investment. Is it possible for us to start to have the minister in the house? Yes. I don't want a debate on this thing. I wanted the minister of we'll stand over this report and go to the next report. We want the minister. You want, okay, make it.
Madam,
don't waste your energy. There are issues that are with investment. All of us want industrial parks. We want that can only be answered by the minister.
Madam Speaker, it's important to note that yes, we are debating queries by the Auditor General on the Investment Authority, and government will answer these queries, the resolutions adopted by Parliament, through a Treasury memorandum. So this particular one is on queries. But I think it is also important that you direct us, the Minister of Investment, to come and update the House on other issues of industrial parks, of incentives and other matters. But this particular one is on queries raised by the Auditor General on the Investment Authority.
Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker. Much as the Honourable Minister is saying that we would discuss this, Right Honourable Speaker, for quite some time, we have been reading a lot of things about Uganda Investment Authority. Even today, it's just flooding the social media, how the board has been fired, how this is. It's disturbing because the Uganda Investment Authority plays a very critical role. And so it would be good for us to have this discussion and also other issues to be clarified on when the Honourable Minister is here. So, Right Honourable Speaker, your guidance is spot on. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, if the board is fired, if the industrial park, the roads are not being worked on, if all the things that have been mentioned are not being done, can we have an assurance from the minister? Because it is the minister who is responsible for the board. So, Honourable Bahati, we are requesting you kindly tell the Minister of Investment to come.
Madam Speaker, we will inform the Minister for Investment to come tomorrow or any time that the report is on the order paper.
No, the report is still on the order paper. It will be the first item.
Tomorrow. Okay, she will be in the House.
And I hope she reads the report because we are not going to repeat. Yes.
I was one time, in this term, the Vice Chair of the Government Assurances Committee, and a lot of information from this report committee about industrial parks has a lot of questions, and we made a lot of work for the industrial parks. How do, with your indulgence, if at all the chair is here of the committee, as is known, if at all we could also get that report of the government assurances, because we had a full visit to these industrial parks, so that if this report as it is given with accountability plus the implementation as per the promises of government, it would give us a very good debate. Otherwise, this report, without the minister, we are going to make some amendments and recommendations. We are very okay with the reports we have had, but I want the Honourable Minister to know that we are not really reading this report as it came today. We have it before, and we are well informed, and the Speaker, in her wisdom, has seen it even before us. So bear the directives, and please leave us so that we can get that man. This accounting officer shouldn't be in office by now for the Uganda Investment Authority. I can assure you.
Next item.
Item 7.
Jana, you have something?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I don't want to dispute your ruling, but Madam Speaker, can the Minister tomorrow, as she comes, come with the national investment strategy for this country so that we can know how she has mapped the country and how she will guide us on the appropriate and volumes of investment that are needed for every region so that we can contribute and grow this economy, Madam Speaker.
Policy. She's supposed to take that to Committee of Finance. We are looking at accountability of the funds that have been given. That is supposed to go to the Committee of Finance. Those are policy matters. Next item.
Item 7. Motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, Commissions, Statutory Authorities and State Enterprises on the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the National Population Council for the year ended 30th June 2023.
Chair.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable members, with respect to this report, in respect of the National Population Council for the year ended 30th June 2023, we make observations beginning at page 2 and recommendations at page 3. 1, that MDS should always ensure proper planning, identify and address bottlenecks that delay the collection of non-tax revenue. 2, that MDS should diversify their sources of NTR, reduce dependence on limited number of revenue streams. Number 2, with respect to performance of government warrants, we make an analysis at page 3 all through to page 4, observe and recommend that Ministry of Finance should ensure that full release of warrants for MDS to operate efficiently, meet their obligations and deliver essential services to the public as planned and approved is made. With respect to utilization of warrants, the committee observes and recommends that the Ministry of Finance should always ensure adequate releases in accordance with the approved budgets for MDS. On implementation of outputs, Right Honourable Speaker, we observe at page 5 and recommend that MDS continuously engage relevant stakeholders to ensure adequate funding to address their needs. On delivery of services from implemented activities, we analyze, observe at page 6 and recommend that MDS should always ensure that unimplemented activities are rolled over to the subsequent period so as to fully attain the intended strategic objectives. On management of government salary payroll, Right Honourable Speaker, we analyze at pages 6, 7, where we talk about validation of employees on the entity's main payroll, and observe at page 7, as well as recommend that MDS should periodically update employee lists, reconcile the payroll, and liaise with other relevant stakeholders to ensure timely payroll access for new employees and deletion of those that have exited service. On inconsistencies of the employee details, we observe at page 8 and recommend that accounting officers should ensure that employee records are duly updated and brought to the attention of the appropriate authorities within 6 months from the date of adoption of this report. On review of entity staff establishment, Right Honourable Speaker, we observe and recommend at page 8 that accounting officers should follow up with the responsible stakeholders regarding the status of the entity so as to guide the fate of the council's staffing positions. On irregular extension of acting appointments, we analyze, observe and recommend at page 9 that MDS should always provide documentation and any other relevant information for evidence to the auditors during audit or exit meetings. On payment of salaries of IPPS and procurement of a separate payroll system, we observe, Right Honorable Speaker, at page 10 and recommend 1. That MDS should adhere to the IPPS to ensure compliance, transparency, and efficiency. And 2. That MDS should follow up the setup with the Public Service Ministry to avoid wastage through further payments relating to the separate systems procured by the entity. On irregular payment of gratuity, we analyze, observe, and recommend at page 11 that the accounting officer who was in charge should account for the money regularly paid out in gratuity and NSSF to the permanent staff in government employment, and where it is found that excess money was paid, it should pay it back in accordance with the Article 164(2) of the Constitution. On irregular continuation in acting capacity beyond 12 months, we analyze, observe, and recommend, Right Honorable Speaker, at page 12, that the accounting officer who was in charge be held personally liable for violation of the law. On establishment of the National Population Data Bank and failure to fully operationalize the National Population Data Bank, we observe and recommend, 1. That considering that the National Population Data Bank was currently in place, fully operational, the query should be dropped. And 2. That government should expedite the process of popularizing the National Population Data Bank so as to avail useful data for planning to responsible stakeholders. In conclusion, the National Population Council plays a crucial role in ensuring that Uganda's population policies contribute to sustainable development to improve the overall well-being of the citizens. We therefore recommend and move that Parliament be pleased to adopt the report. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Bodo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Chairman, for the wonderful report. Honourable colleagues, just wrapping up the National Population Data Bank. For me, I think there is still laxity in that field, because the role of the Population Data Bank is to store all the data of all Ugandans, but across all sectors, and reintegration, distribution, proper analysis after sorting, and giving it to the National Planning Authority in order to plan for our country. Now, the National Population Council, I highly doubt it has the raw data, males living in Butabika, these ones. But to tell me that they have the data, the health data of people, without cross-reference digitization of other sectors, like how many people have land titles, how many people are in, let's say, these settlements, of what age, how many of them are in school, what education background, etc., to help us correlate, because their role is to gather the population statistics, then the quality, cross-reference the data, mine it well, and help the other government bodies use it for better planning. Right, Honourable Speaker?
It's supposed to be integrated with the Electoral Commission,
there you go,
with the NIRA, with the hospitals.
Amazing. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And it's my humble view that as we are moving towards elections, the baseline of compilation and coming up with the national register, I know we'll be talking about it, but if we want to go digitize, and now we already have one of the sectors that gathers our data as the cross-reference of the population of Uganda, the entry data at NIRA is still saying we are not so sure of which national IDs you should use in the transition, and we know we have to use some data to compile a voters register. So you can see that if not well supported as a population council with personnel, with the skills, you might find that we might not harness a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would also like to thank the Chair for your report. I have two issues. One is on these long-acting positions. Public service standing orders actually stipulate that someone should not act more than 6 months. But when I was reading on the report, people have acted for 18 months, for 12 years. If you act for more than 6 months, you are automatically supposed to qualify and occupy that seat in which you are acting in. Secondly, I have seen the same mistake, not inconsistency in employees' details. Since yesterday, all the reports, they actually indicate that employees' data has some mistakes. The names, the date of birth, and with the NIN numbers. I hope these employees didn't change their names. You know, when we were getting identity cards this era, some employees tried to change on the national identity card, which could not be corresponding with what the first forms they filled. I submit.
Sarah.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for their report. And just to state, Right Honourable Speaker, that this is...
But I hope you recall that we merged this. Okay.
Right Honourable Speaker, this is why I had previously challenged the decision of the presiding officer, the Deputy Speaker then, and you have also mentioned today that we adopt, if the committees are not ready with the reports, we adopt the Auditor General's report. You can see that the committee, in observing some of these Auditor General's reports and interfacing with the various accounting officers, there are certain queries, Right Honourable Speaker, that can actually be dropped. But if we adopt them en masse, then it is like you are, you know, hanging somebody or
you're saying
or
what?
crucifying. Okay, let me not use those words. The issue I'm talking about is that you earlier mentioned, and it was previously decided, and previously we have adopted Auditor General's reports here without scrutiny.
And the motion was brought on this floor by Honorable Nandala Mafavi, which motion carried the day, and that was, it is a precedence that we are
Right
following.
Honourable Speaker, I moved a motion to challenge that decision, and this was last year, November 2023, because when Nandala Mafabi brought this motion, it was at the end of the term of the 10th Parliament, not in the middle. So my motion is still with you, Right Honourable Speaker, and if it pleases you, we would have it on the order paper and discuss. Because the reason why we need to scrutinize, and this is a constitutional matter, Right Honourable
Just
Speaker.
a minute, Sarah.
Yeah.
How many months does the Constitution give you to look at the Accountability Committee reports?
Right Honourable Speaker, it says 6 months, but it goes ahead to state that Parliament shall scrutinize. And that's a constitutional issue. Actually, Article 163 of the Constitution.
Parliament shall, within 6 months after the submission of the report referred to in clause 4 of this article, debate and consider the report and take appropriate action. Shall. And these are accountability reports. And you know, I know you did some little accounting. You know accounting cycle. By the time you go into the budgeting process, you should have closed the accounting cycle of this current year.
Right, Honorable Speaker, it's difficult for me to argue, but how I wish my motion could find its way on the order paper, and then I would give more justification. But that aside, I want to thank the committee for the report, and I was just wondering, Right Honorable Speaker, how can an accounting officer pay staff who are still serving gratuity to a tune of 550 million shillings? And what is even funny, the same accounting officer goes ahead to pay staff who are permanent government employees gratuity too. How can this happen? 285 million paid as gratuity to existing staff of the council. This is really, I don't know what level of negligence, Right Honorable Speaker, can this be? I am a permanent staff, I am still serving, but I'm paid gratuity. And the committee notes that this was irregular and actually out of, because permanent staff don't receive gratuity, Right Honorable Speaker, when they are still serving. It comes at the end of their term. So I find this... No, I'm reading the report.
I know you saw this even in the other report. But this one is more interesting.
But you are refunded.
It has the same. Here, you start with inconsistencies in employee details. They have different NIN numbers, don't match. Actually, in Uganda, as we talk now, whether you are national ID is expired, but the NIN remains the same. But you have, and there is validation. They call that validation every year. But here you are with inconsistencies in employees, but the employees who are inconsistent are also getting gratuity at the same time, plus NSSF at the same time. This type of accounting officer, and I don't know, Honourable Minister, you are in trouble.
And Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for the information. My issue actually is with the recommendation of the committee, Right Honourable Speaker. The committee, the accounting officer was in charge and should account for the money irregularly paid out in gratuity and NSSF to the permanent staff in government employment where it is found that excess money was paid. He should pay it back. Right Honourable Speaker. Why just, without any warning to this accounting officer, should we simply say pay back? Right Honourable Speaker, I'm not comfortable with the recommendation of the committee. Because simply saying that this person should account and pay back is not adequate. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker.
What would you suggest to be the most appropriate recommendation?
Right Honourable Speaker, I had indicated. Yes, this accounting officer should actually be held accountable for this omission, because there is a process before somebody is paid. Papers are checked, there are auditors, there are people who verify these papers before payment is actually made, and then finally the payment is made. So how could this really happen? And then we are only saying the accounting officer, the person who, the accounting officer who made the payment should account for the money and pay back. I think that is being too lenient. Yet other officers will have written, Right Honourable Speaker, you will respond as the chairman. I have been with you as the chairperson PAC. You were chair PAC. And we used to say that these people should be held accountable. So what happened to that sentence? Why are you changing the language now in Kosasi? Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker. Secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, on the National Population Data Bank, which is currently in place, and no, I had already talked about this, where the committee recommended that this should be dropped. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I think the last issue is the challenge of people who are acting
in positions for a long time, Right Honorable Speaker. And when you look at most of the reports, it is actually worse in the district local governments, where you find people acting for over 2, 3, 4, 5 years. They are still in acting capacity. And yet the law is very clear. The public service standing orders provide for only one to act for 6 months. But you find somebody acting beyond that. And I think I'm glad the Minister of Public Service is here. We must really stop this and being unfair, trying to protect positions for some people to qualify and employ. Let me take the information from the Shadow Minister for Local Government.
Thank you so much for giving way, colleague. Honorable Pendi, I just wanted to inform you about matters of local governments. We have districts. When we went to the Western region, they have advertised several times, especially for district engineers, district health officers. They are unable to attract any person to take on those posts. So at times, they have advertised, the local governments have advertised, but there are no one is interested as far as that money is concerned.
I think what we are handling now is the National Population Council, where the committee raised the issue of people acting in one position for a long time. So your information, while it may be valid, may not be relevant for this particular purpose. Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker,
Thank
the
you.
woman MP, Juman Arua, wanted to give further information, and I will stop there. Thank you. No,
Geoffrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of paying gratuity to people who are still earning salary is not only in this particular issue being raised. When you also look at the audit queries of local governments, the same issue is also coming up. You find many people who are still on the salary payroll are paid gratuity. And some of these challenges, when we leave them like this, we may not unearth a number of issues. Some time back, there was a case of connivance where monies are transferred into accounts of some districts excess, and these monies are returned, but not into the consolidated account. Now, this same case of paying a lot of money as a gratuity, for me, I would think that we should subject it to investigation, because there could be a case of connivance where you may find that the people who have received these monies might be paying the money back to those who pay them. So for me, as an individual, my recommendation and suggestion that we should amend as a recommendation is that apart from holding this accounting officer accountable, that he should repay the money, this matter should be subjected to investigation. That's my recommendation. Further investigation.
Thank you. Rose.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
DP.
Right Honorable Speaker, we who come from refugee hosting districts, there's a big discrepancy with the data we have in the population data. The management has totally failed. They give wrong reports. I think they don't use people who really qualify to collect the data. They just go and assume that in this population, this could be the number. And now we share health centers, we share schools. Now, UPE fund that is given so little. Even medicine that is supplied to the health centers is so low. I
Thank
think
you.
something major should be done with the Population Council. They
Thank
should
you.
take
Let's first
their
see-
work serious. Thank
Let's
you.
first hear from the minister.
Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, once again to thank the chairperson and the members of the committee for a very good report. There are two issues I wanted to respond to. The National Population Council, to begin with, has been now merged with the National Planning Authority. So issues of the data bank will be handled in the new establishment of the National Planning Authority. But I do take, no, it has ended 30th actually last a few days ago. So, but I also take note of what Honorable Sereko has raised. I hope that in the new structure, we'll be able to take this issue of the data bank very seriously. Pension and gratuity. A distinction should be made that you get pension when you're on permanent basis. You get in government, you get it at the end of your term. But for gratuity is basically for those who are on contract. So a contract, you calculate it at the end of the financial year, at the end of the year, then you get the gratuity. So it is in order that members of the staff of the National Population Council were getting gratuity because they were on contract. They were on contract. And to mention that, Madam Speaker, I don't know whether this is the right time, now that we are talking about the population, if I can make a comment on my own population that I represent in this House. Madam Speaker, I just want to thank members for sending the messages of sympathy upon the news of hailstorms that happened in my constituency, where one person, the people died at Kaibirago Primary School. It destroyed plants and people's property in Gwanyena, Butanda, and Kamgangs. Just to assure the people representing this House that government, we are doing all it can to reach out to them and support them. I thought that now that we are talking about the issues of population, I could mention that. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you. Now we've heard the representative, Honorable Bahat, and we really stand with you and your people. Right Honorable Speaker, you've always spoken about the digital agenda of this country and e-governance. Probably as leaders, we need to push ourselves in the room, including our friends from the Planning Authority, to see to it that we do what we call the e-governance plan. In so doing, where we would get real-time data. For example, I saw the Ministry of Education trying to embark on it, that in real time you would know which child has entered class, which child has absconded, which child has dropped out. From the health sector, which child or which person has been admitted, which person has been treated, and which individual has been given a particular prescription of which drugs, which doctor has checked in, which nurse has not checked in, etc. And the use of the e-governance system in appraisals by the Ministry of Public Service, so that it can give us a real-time, planning and solutions that can help you to plan for our own population. Therefore, I look forward to you as government, like you've said, coming up with that plan of integration of all government services on the e-system of governance, digitization, so that I think our friend from, is the Honorable from where? Busiro has just come in, but we'll give him the benefit of doubt. What we are talking about is e-government. Probably doesn't understand what I'm particularly talking about. But Right Honorable Speaker, with due respect, the minister in charge of planning needs to tell us how far government has gone with the integration of the system of e-governance and total digitization for real-time results and governance. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I now put a question. Now the report of Public Accounts Committee. Yes.
1 minute. I think it's, first of all, I want to thank colleagues for their contributions. and of course express solidarity with the people of Ndorwa West on the hailstorms. I want to trust that his government is able to respond in real time. Just to respond to only one of the issue raised by the Honorable Sarah Penny.
Honorable Minister, our sympathies to your people, and we are with them.
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker. The issue raised by the Honorable Sarah Penny, who asked whether I have since become softer since I left Park Central. No. One, we observe, first of all, that the accounting officer is no longer in office. Has since, Right Honorable Speaker, this particular accounting officer has since left office, even before the merger of this entity with another. The worst and harshest penalty that the committee could recommend is a refund. In our assessment, a refund of money is harsher than saying be held personally accountable, because it's only a statement, but this one is action. Bring back the money. Why we did not want to go into the realm of recommending a criminal prosecution is, if you read the report of the Auditor General and this particular report, there is what may be seen to be a dichotomy where somebody would hide. The council has a human resource manual which makes provision for these payments. But our observation was that this human resource manual is inconsistent with the public service standing orders, which in our opinion would take precedence over the human resource manual. So that's why we did not go the extra lengths of recommending criminal prosecution, but recommend a refund of the monies paid. That's all. That's it, and I thank you.
Why didn't you consider Article 164(2)?
To the effect, your Right Honorable Speaker, we did. In our recommendation, we said refund in accordance, pay it back in accordance with Article 164(2) of the Constitution.
Okay,
I
thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the report of the Public Accounts Committee on commissions, statutory authorities, state enterprises, on the report of Auditor General on financial statements of the National Population Council for the year ended 30th June 2023 be adopted by this House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Let's have it. Thank you. Next.
Item 8.
With your permission, Right Honorable Speaker, may I thank you very much
Thank you.
for giving us this kind of time, but also to thank my members and staff for the industrious work that was exhibited. I'm grateful.
Thank you. Thank you. So you have one report that will come up tomorrow on Investment Authority. Yes, next item.
I still have more, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we have passed the report, but recall that previously, while handling similar reports of the Auditor General, you actually guided the committees to stop simply talking about accounting officers. For example, this accounting officer retired, but his name is not mentioned. So if you simply say the accounting officer who was in charge, who was he? Why don't we put the names there? So this is is it not procedure right that moving forward, I'm saying moving forward, is it not procedure right that moving forward, where the Public Accounts Committees bring reports, they should mention the names of these accounting officers so that we can be able to differentiate?
Thank you. Next.
Item 8. Bill Bill second reading. The Uganda National Kiswahili Council Bill 2023.
Honorable Minister, can you move a motion?
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the bill entitled Uganda National Kiswahili Council Bill 2023 be read for the second time. I beg to move.
Seconded. Seconded by Honorable Muma, Ojara, Sailo, Ayeko, Masaka, Mukono, Kimanya, by the whole House, including Honorable Bahati. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, from today, chairs of committees should always be in the House. Actually, should be the last people to leave the House. You want leadership? An example should be you people.
Right Honorable Speaker, under Article 6, Section 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Kiswahili is the second official language of Uganda to be used in such circumstances as Parliament may by law prescribe. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda is a member state of the East African Community, and under Article 16 of the East African Treaty binds partner states to demonstrate the provisions of the treaty and implement them. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda is a signatory on the protocol that established the East African Kiswahili Council in 2008. The East African Kiswahili Commission started its work way back in 2008 and was commissioned in 2015. And for about 20 years, Uganda does not have membership on that Kiswahili Commission. Kiswahili is an indigenous language known for being an African indigenous language spoken by over 2 million people in Africa, specifically East Africa, the SADC, and some other Arab countries. It is known to have been born in the East African community, and there is always a saying that is born in Tanzania, raised in Kenya, died in Uganda, and resurrected in Congo. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to clean this record. Where it died from. Right Honorable Speaker, I would wish to clean this record. Kiswahili Commission in Uganda will support the unity that none of our indigenous languages has been able to rise for the whole of Uganda. Uganda has diverse cultures, diverse languages, and Kiswahili stands in handy to unite us because of its neutrality. Right Honorable Speaker, at the East African community level, the partner states concluded the protocol on the establishment of the Kiswahili Council and Commission, and the main objective of the Commission is to promote the usage of Kiswahili within the East African community. The Commission works through the National Kiswahili Council, like the Uganda National Kiswahili Council, to be established under this bill. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, the bill seeks to operationalize Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the protocol on the establishment of the East African Kiswahili Commission, and the bill will establish the National Kiswahili Council as a government agency that will promote the use of Kiswahili in Uganda. The Council will coordinate and promote the use of Kiswahili in the administrative, judicial, legislative processes as a medium of communication by the local government and the public at all levels of society, and as a medium of instruction in the educational institution in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. We now call the chair. Solo, are you okay? Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm here to present the report. The report of the Committee of Gender, Labor and Social Development on the Uganda National Kiswahili Council Bill 2023. I beg to lay on paper, on table, the following documents. I beg to lay the minutes of the committee as we processed the bill. I beg to lay on table the copy of the protocol of the establishment of the East African Kiswahili Commission. I beg to lay a waiver under the Cabinet Minute Extract 437 CT 2022. I beg to lay the Treaty of the Establishment of the East African Community. I beg to lay the report of the committee. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
The Minister has already clarified on why they are establishing a council. I will not go to the background of the bill. I will not go to the methodology. I will go direct to the general observations. Right Honorable Speaker, operationalization of Article 6.2 of 1995 of the Constitution. The committee noted with concern that whereas under the memorandum of the bill, it is stated that the justification of the bill is to operationalize Article 6.2 of the Constitution. The bill is silent and does not make any provisions hinged on Article 6.2 of the Constitution. The bill does not mention circumstances where Kiswahili will be used as the second official language in Uganda in any way it is in its current state, as Parliament is required to do under Article 6.2, and yet this is the basis of the bill. The committee accordingly recommends that the objects of the bill and the long title should be amended to include the operationalization of Article 6.2, and further that the bill is amended to provide for the circumstances of the usage of Kiswahili as the second language. On 5.2, policy on rationalization of public expenditure. The committee observed that the creation of the council is contrary with rationalization policy of government adopted under Cabinet Minute 2 of 02 of 22 bracket RAPEX, which is aimed at streamlining and reducing the number of government agencies and departments, MDA, and has since resulted into ongoing institutional reforms. In regard, the committee was informed that Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development was given a waiver under Cabinet Memorandum under Extract Minute 437 CT 2022 to create the Uganda National Kiswahili Council. Furthermore, Uganda being a signatory to protocol on the establishment of the East African Kiswahili Commission, it places the commitment and obligation for Uganda as for each of the partner states to establish a National Kiswahili Council as a main channel for participation and promotion of activities of the Commission. The committee notes that the majority of various stakeholders were supported the establishment of the Uganda National Kiswahili Council. The Ministry of Local Government submitted that Kiswahili is a critical factor for integration. It's used by local government associations at their meetings under the umbrella organization of the East African Local Government Association, with its headquarters in Arusha, and so the Council is an important tool for strengthening the usage of Kiswahili. The Ministry of East African Affairs similarly supported the establishment of the Council on the basis that it is fulfillment of Uganda's obligation under the protocol as partner states of East African Community. On 5.3, I'm summarizing, I'm not going through everything, it is being highlighted. The mandate of promote Kiswahili, it was observed that Ministry of Education was not in support to the bill due to the following potential conflict between the proposed council and the language boards. The composition of the council and limited stakeholders consultation by Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development at the initial stage. Thereafter, the ministry proposed that the bill be withdrawn for further analysis and engagement of all stakeholders on how best to promote Kiswahili. Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs proposed that Uganda National Kiswahili Council would be most suitably hosted under Ministry of Education and Sports, given its role in the language, education, and curriculum. The committee submits that language is not merely the means of communication, but it is also an integral part of culture and identity, and it is a tool for establishing social and cultural relations. The Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development is mandated to promote and develop language as part and parcel of culture. It is therefore the mandate of Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development to promote Kiswahili language in recognition of its official status to be used in achieving common identity and culture for all Ugandans. Under 6, specific observation, interpretation. Clause 2 of the bill provides for interpretation of the committee. The committee observed that there is no minister referred to as minister responsible for Kiswahili. Kiswahili being a language recognized under domestic and regional laws, the provision should be amended by adding the word language. The committee recommends that clause 2.1 be amended, that the minister responsible for Kiswahili be substituted with minister responsible for Kiswahili language. Functions of the council.
Who is the minister of Swahili language? I thought it should be a minister of gender. The one hosting the language.
Honorable Speaker, that is what they had proposed, but we are trying to amend. That's why we are adding on the word Kiswahili language. We are adding the word language.
Yes.
Council, clause 4 of the bill seeks to create the functions of the council. The committee observes that paragraph B and D of the clause have many ideas covered under one proposal, and the paragraph is redundant. The committee observes also that there are other vital responsibilities to be performed by the council in ensuring compliance with standards for correct Kiswahili language and regulating the Kiswahili associations which had been omitted in the bill. The committee recommends that it provides the provisions on the clause 4 be amended so that the functions of the council are clearly represented in a systematic manner. In addition, Functions of the council should be provided for in the bill. Linkage of the councils with local government. Clause 5 provides for the linkage of the council with local government. However, the terms of local government and district councils are not defined. The provisions also requires the district council to implement the functions of Kiswahili Council at the district level, and this attracts recruitment of more staff and additional funding. The committee noted that the term local government has to be defined as per the definition of Local Government Act for clarity. There is also need to amend the clause to ensure that it adequately supports local governments in promoting the usage of Kiswahili. The committee recommends that Clause 5 be amended to provide for the definition of term local government and to ensure that the council adequately supports local government in promoting.
Chair, are we now looking at the clauses?
We are looking at specific observations, which look at the clauses.
Yes, specific observations that will lead to amendments of specific clauses, not so?
Most obliged. We can now go to the amendments if you agree, but I would like to conclude. In conclusion, the importance of Kiswahili cannot be overstated. Kiswahili is important for the East African integration, for effective communication in business transaction, employment, films, videos, advertising, entertainment, broadcasting, promoting tourism within East Africa as a wider communication in East African community and as working language of both SADC and African Union. Kiswahili is quickly becoming a language of international relations in Africa. The Uganda National Kiswahili Council Bill 2023 therefore seeks to ensure compliance of implementation of the East African Treaty and Protocol. The promotion of Kiswahili usage can contribute to both national, regional integration and sustainable development. The committee therefore recommends that the bill entitled Uganda National Kiswahili Council Bill 2023 be enacted with the proposed amendments. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Councillor Baka, you want to debate on this? You're debating on a report. Instead of looking at, going and looking at clause by clause. First of all, you must know that a report is informative. Informative. That report cannot help you in making those changes. Yes, Councillor Baka?
Right, Honourable. Actually, incidentally, I came up to just raise a few issues pertaining to the report. So I don't know whether you are permitting some limited debate.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I rise up to support the committee report in some aspects, but also have some issues. The first one, Madam Speaker, is that a language which is homogeneous is extremely necessary for integration, and it facilitates development and creates unity. And I think that's why our neighbors in Kenya and Tanzania are a bit ahead of us in terms of development, because they have a language which is facilitating trade, which is fostering unity. Those of you who are familiar with Kenya, you can imagine if Kenya didn't have a homogeneous language, it would be so bad. They have their own issues, but the language helps to keep them united. So to that extent, I think this bill should have come yesterday. We need it to harmonize Uganda, to have a language which can be spoken from the east to the west, from the south to the north. All of us which we can understand. So it is very good. Second and lastly, Madam Speaker, the idea that this council is going to be hosted in the Ministry of Gender is what I don't understand. Because this language, Kiswahili, for us is going to be like English English is just a language to us. It's not a culture. It's not a culture because we don't have Baswahili in Uganda. We only have a language, Kiswahili. So it is more about having people to learn Kiswahili. It's going to be taught in schools. It's going to be taught in institutions of learning. So the right home for this one is the Ministry of Education. Otherwise it will be redundant in gender and it shall not achieve the objective. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Kasbat. Procedure.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I've asked the Office of Clerk to supply me with this bill for examination, and I've addressed myself to Rule 117, which requires that this bill, after gazetting, must be signed, must have a memorandum, explanatory memorandum signed by the minister or a member introducing it, and this bill and the accompanying memorandum is not signed by the minister. What that means is, Madam Speaker, what that means is we are not complying with the Rule 117, Sub-Rule 3. Now that this illegality has been brought to your attention, I don't know how you are
Which
going.
illegality?
The illegality is that a bill like this must be accompanied by an explanatory memorandum that must be signed by the minister. I have seen the... Just a moment, okay. I've seen the policy objectives are there, but they are not signed as provided in the law. So, in the absence of a signature by the minister, you need to guide this House on whether we can continue. This House, which is supposed to be a custodian of the laws, can now move in total violation of the rules of procedure.
Honorable Ogusuli, the memorandum is available. What was scanned is what did not have the signature, but what was supplied, give me my copy. It is resolved. That's a small matter. Don't drag us behind. Huh? You get it, eh? You see, when you look at the objects of the bill, the object of the National Swahili Council Bill 2023 is to provide for establishment of the Uganda National Kiswahili Council, to provide for the function of the council, to provide the linkage between the council and the local governments, linkage between the council and local governments, to provide for the composition, the tenure, meetings, and committees of the council, to provide for secretariat of the council and the funds of the council. Yes?
Madam Speaker, I agree with what you have read. Indeed, these are the proposed policy objectives. What we do not know is the commitment of the mover, who in this case is
exactly, that's what
better among who is moving on behalf of...
I am among.
Okay, among Betty, but you are not Betty. You are not Betty. You are Right Honorable Anita Among. So the copy I have here is the copy from clerk's office. So I don't know if there's another clerk somewhere who has a different copy and is acting on behalf of Parliament. Because these are matters we need to get clarity on. If not, I would pray we stand over this matter.
You know, Honorable, you should get comfort that the Honorable Dr. Mutus, who is a minister in the same docket, is Senga. is the one moving it. So just have that comfort. And she can sign. If you want yours to sign, I have mine signed by Honorable Mongi. Actually, let me send you to my office to pick it. Because I left mine in the office, I had this one. So let's go ahead as the other one comes. Yes. Another one? You debate.
They've given me. Asante sana Mheshimiwa
We are getting it.
Speaker.
You wait.
You know? Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
For now, our national language is English.
They've given me. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to support the motion. Swahili is a key language, provided we as leaders, government take initiative in promoting it. I remember we were learning Swahili when I was in senior 1, but I don't know how the state is as it is now. So as government, if we are to take Swahili to be as a compulsory national language, let us put it under the Ministry of Education. Because I believe everything about education should lie under the Ministry of Education. Right Honorable Speaker, because of the integration, the East African integration, we so much appreciate Swahili because it will help promoting businesses, promoting our unity, and many other important things that we will need to share with the sister countries. So I here support strongly that we stand by the motion that we promote Swahili to be national language in Uganda.
Thank you. Yes, Mukatuliki.
I want to thank the minister. And secondly, with the Honorable Minister of Mine, senior Manu member with his Ten Hag, I don't know why they are running away from their responsibility. It is common knowledge that a lot of teachers have been trained in Swahili. And they have raised a number of petitions to you, Madam Speaker, why they are not employed. And as we talk now, a country like Burundi has trained the Swahili very well and they are communicating very well. Botswana, those of you know how to export labor, Botswana as a country is looking for Swahili teachers. Because under SADC, they are struggling hard to see how they can, and South Africa, how they move business under that coastal language. I taught in the army for 10 years. And the media of communication, the barracks, they can bear witness, was only Swahili. And a warrant officer, sergeant at arms, getting you that day, talking in your Teso language, Dunyankore, Rusoga, other than Swahili, you'd be arrested. Because you would be backbiting each other in your mother tongue. So, there is no way Minister of Education can run away from this fact. There is a business for Swahili. Let us do it. And Madam Speaker, I remember one time, I requested you that if you could give us, by the commission you planned for us as members of parliament, you give us morning lessons here at 7. Those who can afford to come and attend, we learn Swahili, and at the end of the day, we communicate. Because we have been going for East African Games, you see members, they always come to Honorable say, oh, what is he saying? What can I ask for?
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, Swahili is an examinable subject. It is in the curriculum, in education, and how I wish gender and education would reconcile this at cabinet level. Education, what do you have to say?
Well, Madam Speaker, first of all,
I want to begin by asking this parliament to appreciate the level at which Kiswahili was considered to be under the Ministry of Gender. And to be honest, this language was considered under the Department of Culture, under the Minister responsible for culture. But I also want to confirm that it is true, as a ministry responsible for education, we, with your support, recruit, train, and deploy teachers to teach Kiswahili in schools. So, and also we examine. But for purposes of the bill before us here, it has come under the Ministry of Gender. And I want to ask the Minister of State for Gender, who is before us here, to officially justify. And if it is at the considered opinion of Parliament, like the Speaker has guided, the Right Honourable Prime Minister will come in to guide. But as of now, I want to still implore you, Parliament, that the matter we are discussing is under the Ministry of Labour, Gender, Labour and Social Development. I thank you.
Honourable members, before even we get a clarification, I have Honourable Charity there. You're going to speak next. When you sponsor a law, it's just prudent enough for you to sign. I was only being cultured enough to defend you. You need to sign the law. You all need Charity, Honourable Charity.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I wish to thank the members.
Stop admiring my member.
For the submission. Kiswahili is important for us as a people, for national cohesion. As we speak our different languages, we go about business in our, little language things. But Kiswahili will help us to achieve national cohesion. I would like to also submit, Right Honourable Speaker, that we have the School of Languages at Makerere University, and Kiswahili is one of them. So I think it's not in order to detach Kiswahili from the School of Languages and separate it to another ministry. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. It is clear now. Isn't it clear? I now adjourn the House to tomorrow at 2.